You are misleading the court. You are not telling the court the honest fact. The version of the accused person is that the first time you appeared in his presence was when you were called to meet with Mr. Mabena and Mr. Mukhani next to the garage on the way towards Albertine. Do you dispute that?
Yes, my lord. Can confirm that.
Ngakwazi ukuletha isiqiniseko sokuthi waqala ukubona ngesikhathi ehlangana noMabena noMkhane egarage.
You were traveling with a white GTI in company of another colored male person.
My crew member, my lord, was Constable Lissering. He is a colored, my lord.
Ethi wahamba ngemoto lapho emotweni wahamba neinsizwa ekuthiwa iyikhalado osithi cha umuntu engisebenzisana naye uConstable Lissering o engisebenzisana naye.
Correct. On that particular day, when you were called by Mr. Mkhane, the accused person, accused number 2, they were traveling with a white Fortuner with Constable Mabena and Constable Mkhane.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi muqohlana naye kwa umsosibili wayehamba noConstable Mabena noMkhane waseyavuma ethi kunjalo.
The accused person was handcuffed from behind whilst he was seated in that white Toyota Fortuner.
The accused was handcuffed in front, my lord.
Ethi-ke umbuzo uthi umsola wayefakwe ozankosi bengemumva ngesikhathi mhlawumbe hlangana wathi cha umsola wayefakwe ozankosi kodwa bebengaphambili.
It is further my instruction that Sergeant Buthelezi and Mapumulo arrived traveling with a hard body, a white hard body buggy.
Yes, I can confirm, my lord.
Athi angasiletha isiqiniseko sokuthi uSergeant Buthelezi wayehamba nge-hardboard emhlophe.
Both Mukhane and Mabena alighted from the white Toyota Fortuner, and you had a discussion with him or with them, both of them. You had a discussion with them. Do you agree?
Yes, my lord.
Ngiyavuma ukuthi uMkhane noMabena bathi mabephuma ku-Toyota Fortuner baseba nezingxoxo nabo.
All right. At that time, after that meeting or some kind of meeting, accused number 2 was taken out of the Toyota Fortuner and put into that motor vehicle we were traveling. At the back seat, on the right side of the back seat, of the rear seat of the motor vehicle we were traveling with. Do you dispute that?
Are you referring to Maroka police station, my lord?
Can you please follow my version so that you said I talked about meeting the accused person for the first time, accused number 2, near a garage on the way towards Albertine.
Yes, my lord.
Athi-ke waqala ukubona nomsolwa egaraji endleleni eya eAlbertine wathi yebo.
Yes. When he was taken to a motor vehicle, I was putting the version to the effect that he was put inside the motor vehicle at the back of the driver's seat.
My lord, as I mentioned, I met the accused at Maroka SCPS, not at a garage.
Athi umsolwa-ke wabekwa esihlalweni sangemumva emotweni wahamba ngathi cha hayi ngahlangana naye eMorika police station zange ngihlangane naye egarage.
All right, you'll get into that. Let's just get into my instructions. Then immediately after that, Constable or Sergeant Mabena entered your vehicle and sat at the back of that motor vehicle on the left-hand side?
No, my lord.
Cha Constable Mabena azange ngene emotweni yami.
The door was open and Constable Buthelezi was standing next to the accused, next to accused number 2.
Sisicaba sasivulekile uConstable Buthelezi wezahlala wema lapho eduze nala kuhleli khona umsolo wesibili.
No, my lord.
Athi cha kunjani.
Okay. You then pushed the front seat backwards towards the accused and you pressed him hard, very hard, on his knees with that seat.
Athe waseke usunduza esitulo sangaphambili basunduzela kumsolwa and samcindezela kakhulu.
No, my lord.
Cha kunjani.
At that moment, Sergeant Mabena was putting a grey plastic on his face and Buthelezi was blocking the accused from getting out of the motor vehicle.
Athi ngaleso sikhathi ke uSergeant Mabena wemfaka uplastic ebusweni and uSergeant Buthelezi ke na wemvalela ukuthi angakwazi ukuphuma.
No, my lord.
Cha kunjani.
Sorry, Mr. Mgomezulu, is this at the Alberton garage?
That's correct, my lord.
Outside the garage?
Outside the garage, a distance away from the garage.
Okay.
It is further my instruction that the assault, the tubing continued until you convened another meeting. After you stopped, you convened another meeting after Mr. Mohane received a call. Can you dispute that also?
No, my lord. I was never at a garage with the accused or with Sergeant Mohane.
Kwaqhubeka ukuthi ahlukunyezwe ngifaka eshophu waze wafaka umhlangano athi cha hayi angikaze ngibe egarage no Sergeant Mohane.
Then you got into your vehicles with the accused. Then you proceeded to an open area next to the steel tanks. That area, it's next to a dumping site towards Alberton. That's where all the cars stopped.
Uthi ke nahambile ngemoto wena zinoma la khona amathenga ensimbi khona.
No, my lord. I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Athi cha nginalo ulwazi lwalokho.
Upon your arrival at that place, you all alighted from the motor vehicle, including the accused person. Then Brigadier Gininda arrived in company of a man who was wearing Chris bundles or Chris belts and a lady Mohola.
No, my lord. I have no knowledge of that.
Kwase lapho kufika uBrigadier Gininda hamba nendoda egqoma crossband hamba nomuntu esifazane okuthiwa uMohola wathi cha angikwazi lokho.
They were traveling in a white BMW.
Uthi bahamba iBMW emhlophe.
I would not know, my lord.
Athi angeke ngikwaba nalolu lwazi.
There was also a meeting in the presence of Gininda. The accused person, accused number 2, was removed of the handcuffs that were handcuffed from behind, from his hands. That was Mabena who removed those handcuffs from behind.
Kuthiwa ke ngaleso sikhathi ke Brigadier Gininda umsola kwakhishwa ozankosi ababeboshwe ngemuva kwakhe bakhishwa uMabena.
Then his jacket with was taken out
Kwamanje ke laseliyakhishwa ke ibhantshi lakhe.
He was handcuffed from the front.
Base bafaka ozankosi izandla zingaphambili.
Can you dispute that also?
Ngaphikisa lokho.
Yes, my lord. As when I received the accused for the first time, his handcuffs was in front, my lord.
Yebo ngakuphikisa ngoba mangiqala ke nje ukuthola umsolwa umsolwa kwayeposhwe ngozankosi izandla zingaphambili.
All right. Immediately thereafter, there was, or there is, if those poles or those stairs are still there, where you took the accused person, accused number 2, towards those steel poles and removed one handcuff from one side of his hand and tied it on that pole.
Tuake wakhona la kunetebhisi khona la wafika khona wakhipha isandla esisodwa ukhipha uzankosi esandleni esisodwa wasekombophela ke kulezo insimbi umsolo.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Cha nginalo ulwazi lwalokho.
Then, between yourself, you can't recall, between yourself and Mabena, there's a person who poured him with water. He had a container and poured the accused with water from his front part of the body.
But wakho noMabhena akasazi ukuthi umuphi kodwa uthi oyedwa yena wayephethe into ekwazi ukuthutha amanzi owamthela ngamanzi phambili emzimbeni wakhe.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalwazi lwalokho.
That's when Brigadier Kininda told accused number 2 that he must tell the truth about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ilapho uBrigadier Kininda wathi watshela ukuthi akakhuluma iqiniso mayelana nokushona kaSenzo Meyiwa.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalwazi lwalokho.
And during the course of that, a plastic bag was also put on his face or on covering his head and his face where this tubing continued.
Athi ngaleso sikhathi ke wathatha uplastic wafaka phezulu kwekhanda lakhe waqhubeka ke umhlomezo ngendlela ibizwa i-tubing ngesilungu.
My lord, the first time I met the suspect was at Moroka SAPS, my lord.
Qala kwami ukubona umsolwa kuyisiphoyiseni saseMoroka.
There was a device that was used to electrocute the accused person. He was electrocuted from his stomach.
Kuthiwa khona umshini owayesetshenziswa ke ukubambisa umsolwa ngogesi kodwa ke lo mshini lo wawuthintiswa esiswini sakhe umsolwa.
You, Mr. Mabena, and Buthelezi were exchanging during the use of this device.
Bathi ke wena noMabhena noButhelezi nanishintshashisana ngokusebenzisa lo mshini lo.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Hayi anginalo ulwazi lwalokho.
Before I forget this instruction, it's very important what I'm going to tell you.
Kona ke ngifuna ukutshela kona kusemqoka kakhulu.
It's my instruction that from the first time when I put the version of the accused, Sergeant Mkhano did not partake to the assault, tubing, and torturing of the accused. Did not participate. He was always outside.
Ke yonke lento ayenza uSergeant Mkhano wayengekho azange angene ekuhlukumezeni umsolwa ngasonke isikhathi wayengaphandle.
What do you say about it?
My Lord, Sergeant Mukhane would ask us for assistance in either handing over the suspect or escorting.
uSergeant Khane wayesicela usizwa mayelana nokuthi sinikezele ngomsolwa noma ke ukumphelezela umsolwa.
I'll get to that as well.
And when the suspect is in the vicinity, my Lord, Sergeant Mukhane is also present.
Manje ke uma ke umsolwa eseduze uSergeant Mukhane naye ke kwakufanele abe khona lapha eduze.
Okay. Let me proceed with my version, with the version of accused number 2. During the process of using that device, after the plastic was taken out from his head, the accused started bleeding from his nose.
Emva kokuthi ke kususwa lo plastic bese ke lo umsolwa aqhunye kulo mshini waqala ukopha igazi ngamakhala.
Do you also dispute that?
Ngiyaphikisa
Yes, I do,
nalokho.
my Lord.
Athi yebo ngiyaphikisa.
That's then Sergeant Mukhane, the accused person, will come and tell the court that he heard Sergeant Mukhane saying, I just want to get the correct word that was used. May I approach, my Lord? There's a word,
Yes,
a specific word that was used by Mukhane. Thank you. The exact words said by Sergeant Mukhane was that yekelani man.
Kuthiwa ke izwi lasetshenziswa uSergeant Mukhane ilithi yekelani demand, kusho ukuthi yekelani le ndoda.
My Lord, at no point was the suspect in one of our EMPD vehicles during the escort or when taken or handed over at the police station.
Nje umsolwa akaze angene emotweni zethu ngesikhathi enikezelwa nanokuthi ayokhishwa esikhumulweni samaphoyisa.
That's then accused number 2 was untied and taken back. He was wet, bleeding, and he was taken back to the Toyota Fortuner.
Wathi ke lapho ke umsolwa athathwa iswa ku Toyota Fortuner. Ngaleso sikhathi ke wayopha igazi futhi wayemanzi.
You had to travel from that spot as you were escorting. The Toyota Fortuner entered Chris Hani Hospital.
Thiwa ngesikhathi ke nihamba niphelezela umsolwa Toyota Fortuner yangena esibhedlela saseChris Hani Baragwana.
My Lord, may I just consult? Thank you. Thank you, madam. When they entered Chris Hani Hospital, Mohano and Mabena and the accused person with the Fortuna, that's when Colonel Rapadu came into the picture.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Athi manizongena esibhedlela umkhane noMabhena uyilapho ke okwavela khona uKolonel Rapadu wathi anginalo ulwazi walo.
All right. Colonel Rapadu and got into the vehicle. He gave the keys to his wife, and they were in company of the child. I think they brought the child to the hospital, but we can't prove that. What the accused number 2 has observed is that Colonel Rapadu gave the keys to his wife.
So Colonel Rapadu wanika unkosikazi wakhe okhiye wayenengane lapho kodwa ke asikho isiqiniseko salokho kodwa ke okwabona umsola wesibili ukuthi uKolonel Rapadu wanika unkosikazi wakhe okhiye.
I don't know about that, my lord. I met the Colonel Rapadu for the first time at Moroka SCPS.
Hayi lo anginalwazi lolo kodwa ngaqala ukubona uKolonel Rapadu eMoroka police station.
Okay. Soon thereafter, they traveled and you were escorting them to a certain place in Orlando. It's an open area. It's also next to a dumping area where there are ATM machines that were no longer functioning.
Uthi emva kwaloko ke nahamba ke na endaweni ese-Orlando eseduze kwala kuchithwa khona udoti futhi kwakunendawo ke la kunama-ATM khona angasasebenzi.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalwazi lwalokho.
And I want to remind you that according to that version, when accused number 2 said he was poured with water, it was winter time.
Afuna ukunezezela ukuthi ngalesi sikhathi umsolo ethelwa ngamanzi kwakusebusika.
You escorted them until you stopped at that particular area, and Brigadier Kininda arrived with those crew members.
Wathi yena waphelezela ukuyofika kuleyo ndawo and futhi ke ilapho ke kwafika khona uKolonel Gininda ehamba nasebenza nabo.
My lord, the only escort that was conducted was from Moroka SCPS to Foslorus Magistrates Court, my lord.
Manje ke ukuphelezela okwenzeka kosuka eMoroka ukubafikisa esipaceni sase-Foslorus.
When Brigadier arrived, he opened the book with the boot of the BMW. He sat on the edge of the boot and he took out some documents.
Athi uma efika uBrigadier lapho avula ibhuthi ye-BMW wasisahlala khona lapho kuleyo bhuthi waseveza ngamaphepha athisi.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalwazi lwalokho.
All right. Brigadier Kininda took those documents and gave them to Colonel Rapadu.
Athi kuBrigadier Gininda wathi mesevula amaphepha anika uKolonel Rapadu.
I did not see Mr. Brigadier Ganinda at Moroka SCPS.
Bengizange ngimbone uBrigadier Gininda eMoroka police station.
All right. Assault, torture continued.
Athi ukuhlukunyezwa nokushaya kwaqhubeka.
Instructed accused number 2 to sign those documents.
Wabephoqa umsola wesibili ukuthi asayinde lawo maphepha.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Cha anginalo olwazi lwalokho.
The documents were signed by accused number 2 under that coercion. Lawo maphepha lawa asendwe umsolo wesibili ngaphansi kwaleyo ngcindezi. Thereafter, there were certain documents that were not thumbprinted.
Emva kwalokho khona amanye kamaphepha angazange abekwe iminwe.
I would not know about the thumbprint, my lord.
Athi angazi lutho ngaleyo minwe.
Immediately thereafter, accused number 2 was taken to Primrose.
Athemba kwalawo
Police station.
umsolo wesibili wathathwa yiswa esikhumulweni sasemaphoyisa sase-Primrose.
I have no knowledge of that.
Anginalwazi lwalokho.
He was not booked in. Sergeant Mkhano entered the police station with the purpose of booking in accused number 2.
Azange abhaliswe ke lapho kodwa uSecretary Mkhano wangena naye umsolo e-police station enzela ukuthi ayomfaka khona.
I have no knowledge of Germiston, my lord.
Athi hayi angazi lutho ngeJemiston.
Then, according to his instruction, Sergeant Mabena was talking over the phone in the motor vehicle and informed the person who was talking with over the phone that Mr. Mkhano is inside the police station.
Manje kusani Mabena wayekhuluma nomunye ekhuluma ngocingo wasetshela lo muntu ayekhuluma naye ukuthi hayi uSergeant Mkhano ungaphakathi esikhumulweni samaphoyisa.
Upon his arrival back from the police station, Sergeant Mkhano, there was an instruction that they should travel to Rustenburg.
Emva ukuthi aphumeke esikhumulweni samaphoyisa uSergeant Mkhano wayesathola umlayezo ukuthi umyalelo ukuthi akahambe aye eRustenburg.
Were you still escorting them?
Awusawaphelezela?
I was not in Germiston, my lord.
Ngangingekho eJemiston.
They then traveled to Rustenburg. They were escorted by you. Sorry, may I just correct that? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Manu. The escort actually stopped after that. So they had to travel to Rustenburg, where the accused was residing.
Athi hayi kuphelezela kwamakhona lapho ke baseke baqala ukuthi baye eRustenburg la kwakuhlala khona umsolo.
Sorry, I want to understand. So Rapari, Ginanda, Mabena, and all those guys all traveled to Rustenburg, in other words.
Rapati was, may I just take an instruction
Yeah,
regarding?
because as far as I'm concerned,
Rapari.
Ginanda is seated there
Yes,
at the boot of the BMW.
just to
They give the documents to Rapari. Then everything goes blank. Then people are traveling to Rustenburg. Where is Rapari? Where is Ginina? Where is the lady in white?
May I approach the accused? Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your indulgence. My instruction is that Colonel Rapat, he actually left with Brigadier Ginenda
Umyalelo wami uthi uKolonel Rapad wahamba no Brigadier Ginina.
because he was not present when the accused was taken to Primrose Police Station.
Ngoba engekho ngesikhathi umsolo ayiswa esikhumulweni samaphoyisa sase-Primrose.
On the way to Rustenburg, where they met Brigadier Ginenda in the presence of Sergeant Mohola,
Manje kumele eRustenburg la bahlangana khona noGinina no-Sergeant Mohola.
the accused person was left attended in the motor vehicle, in the Toyota Fortuner, and they proceeded to his place.
Nje-ke umsola wayeshiyeke emotweni iFortuna and then base-ke beyaqhubeka beya la ehlala khona.
That's when Sergeant Mabena came back in possession of a black plastic bag, which he said they found ammunition in his room.
Ilapho abuya khona uSergeant Mabena ephethe uplastic omnyama athi khona babuya ney'nhlamvu zesibhamu.
Then accused number 2 asked Mabena, how did you enter his room? Because he was in possession of the keys.
Manje umsola sibili waseyabuza ukuthi ungene kanjani lapha kulelo gumbi ngoba mina ukhiye ngisabaphethe.
Then there was no answer from them.
Akuzange-ke kube nempendulo kulokho.
You can't comment on it.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalwazi lwalokho.
Let's get into the 24th of June 2020.
Asiyeke umhla 24 uJune 2020
When the accused was escorted to Boksburg court,
uma-ke umsola esephelezelwa-ke enkantolo yase-Boksburg
where was he escorted from?
waphelezelwa esuka
From Moot SAPS.
wayesuka eMoat SAPS.
By whom?
Wayephelezelwa kwa
By myself and few other members.
wayephelezelwa yimina nabanye-ke engisebenzisana nabo abambalwa.
What time was it?
Kwesikhathini
It was in the afternoon, my lord.
kuyintambama.
In the afternoon, what time?
Ntambama sikhathini
Approximately from 1 up to 2, my lord.
ingaba kuyila esiphakathi kwamahora lika-1 nelesibili.
So I want to check if that time frame makes sense of your evidence. From 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
Funeka kuhlola ukuthi la mahora ngiyona ka-1 nelika-2 ayazwakala yini.
I want to be sure as to what time did you arrive with accused number 2 at Boksburg court.
Ngifuna nje ukubhekisisa ukuthi nafika ngasikhathini nomsolo wesibili enkantolo yase-Boksburg.
The exact time, my lord, I can't recall, but as far as I know, it was in the afternoon, my lord.
Angeke ngitshele ukuthi kwakuyisikhathini kodwa-ke engingakusho ukuthi kwakuyintambama.
Okay, let me just clarify this because I have the statement of Mohola that I'm going to use later. How many-
Ngifuna ukuchaza-ke la ngoba nestatement sikaMophola engizobuyela kusona emva kwesikhathi.
How many times did you escort accused number 2 to Boksburg court? How many times in different days? How many times?
Wamphelezela kangaki umsolwa ey'nsukwini ezehlukile ukuya eBoksburg?
It was only twice, my lord. First time was from Moroka to Vosloorus. Second time was from Moot SAPS to Boksburg Magistrates Court.
Wamphelezela kabili wayesuka eMoroka kuye eVosloorus okwesibili kwakusuka eMoat kuyimisa eBoksburg.
All right. So this time between 1 and 2 is associated which escort from Vosloorus to Moroka or from Moat to Boksburg?
From Moot to Boksburg, my lord.
Wathi lesi sikhathi esikhuluma ngaso sika-1 no-2 sisikhuluma ngalesi sikhathi-ke ephelezelwa esuka eMoat eyiswa eBoksburg.
All right. So from Moat to Boksburg, that's the time when the magistrate had to actually took a confession from the accused.
That's correct, my lord.
Bathi kusuka emoto ke Boksburg ila imanje eyakwazi ukuthatha istatement kumso.
Okay. There's an entry that the accused person was booked at. I just confirm that. Okay. All right, thanks. So the magistrate, upon her arrival at Boksburg prison, at Boksburg police station, sorry, Boksburg court, did she find you there?
Manje misizofika ke imanje eBoksburg court yanithola lapha.
No, my lord, as we went to Ms. Cronier's office.
Bathi cha wathina saya ofisini lika Miss Cronje.
So you arrived first before Mrs. Corney.
Manje ke nina afika kuqala ngafika Mrs. Cronje.
No, my lord, when we arrived at the office, Ms. Cronier was at her office.
No, ukuthi masifika ofisini lakhe samthola ekhona office lakhe.
According to her evidence, she said when she arrived at Boksburg prison, in Boksburg court, in the passage, there were Metropolis officers that were heavily armed.
Uthi kumefika lapho ke eBoksburg court wathola kunamaphoyisa ayehlome kakhulu amaphoyisa emetro.
I'm sure she was referring to us, my lord, as we were armed on the day.
Mhlawumbe wayekhuluma ngathi ngoba sasihlomile ngalelo la.
Her testimony is that when the people that she saw were the heavily armed Metropolis officer, there was a man that was handcuffed and a man that was wearing a suit. That was her evidence.
Uthi ke umele ufakazi bakhe uthi ke wathi mebona lamphoyisa ahlome kakhulu kwakhona indoda eyayiboshwe ngozankosi kwakukhona futhi nendoda eyayigqoka isuti la.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi kunjalo.
So that means you arrived first.
Manje
Because
lokho
she's the one who found you there.
manje lokho kuchaza ukuthi inini nafika kuqala ngoba yena wanithola lapha.
My lord, we arrived in the passage, or we were standing in the passage on our way or in front of Ms. Cronier's office.
Hayi thina sasime nje epassage sisendleleni yokuya noma ukuba phambi kwehhovisi lika Miss Cronje.
But my question was, did you arrive before Mrs. Cronje arrived at Boksburg court, or she arrived first?
Buzo wami ukuthi yini nafika kuqala no Miss Cronje wafika kuqala lapha.
My lord, we were only given instruction as to the office we should take the accused to.
Athi cha esasikwazi nje ukuthi sasitshelwe silayelwe ukuthi siye ehhovisi lithize.
Okay. It's your evidence that you were, Mr. Mohano is the one who make copies of your certificates.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi umukhano yena wenza amakopi ama certificate zethu athi yebo kunjalo.
On that day, you had your pocketbooks.
Ngalelanga naniphethe ama pocket book in.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
So it must have been recorded in your pocketbooks as to when did you arrive there.
Kufanele ukuthi kwaqoshwa kuma pocket book enu ukuthi nafika ngasikhatsini la.
That's correct, my lord.
Wathi kunjalo.
All right. Then you made copies of yourself, of your certificate, and handed them to Sergeant Mohano. You said you did not enter the the office when the accused was interviewed.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi anenza izitifiketi zenu nasenzinika uSergeant Mokhane nathi ke futhi anizange ningene ngesikhathi umsolwa kuzokhulunywa nawe wathi yebo kunjani.
All right. So prior to the closing of the door of room 2, where Mrs. Kronje was, and the process of interviewing the accused number 2, where did you go?
Manje emva kokuthi kuvalwe isicabha kuleli office lesibili nokuthi ke umsolwa ngaleso sikhathi ke sekukhulunywa naye la ngaphakathi kulelo gumbi lelo nina nasala naya.
We were outside at the vehicles, my lord.
Sasengaphandle ezimotweni.
Okay. So after the whole process was done and dusted, you then escorted the accused.
Ngemva konke lokhu sekuphelele napheleza lumsolwa futhi.
Sergeant Mokhane then called us and told us that the statement was now completed. We walked back into the magistrate's court and we escorted the suspect to the vehicles, my lord.
Obviously, yafika ke uSergeant Mokhane sitshela ukuthi hayi statement sisithathiwe sasisingena ngaphakathi siyophelezela umsolwa simthatha ngaphakathi enkantolo zaseBoksburg.
Okay. So where did you travel from there?
Manje nasisenihamba niyaphi kusuka lapho?
From the vehicles, my lord, the suspect was in handcuffs. He was placed into the Fortuner of Sergeant Mokhane.
Kuya lapho emotweni umsolwa wayefakwe izankosi wayesethathwa ke eyiswa emotweni Fortuner wayesebekwa ezandleni enikezela ezandleni zika Sergeant Mokhane.
And from Boksburg Magistrates Court, we conducted the escort straight to Moot SAPS.
Nje kusuka lapho eBoksburg sabe sesibaphelezela sibayisa eMoot SAPS.
All right. Let me just put this version of accused number 2 before we proceed. Immediate accused number 2 will tell the court that inside during the after the alleged statement was, sorry, let me just put it this way. The version of the accused person is that he did not sign any document inside the office of Mrs. Kronje.
So lesibili uzothi yena azange asayinde lutho ngaphakathi kweoffice lika Mrs. Kronje.
I would not know, my lord.
Cha angeke ngaba nalolu lwazi.
You took the accused person to Germiston.
Athi nathatha umsolwa namisa eGermiston.
No, my lord.
Athi cha.
At Germiston, you went to an industrial area. According to accused number 2, you went to an industrial area where you parked the motor vehicles. Accused was assaulted again.
eGermiston nahamba na la kunama factory khona la enafika khona namisa imoto umsolwa eseyashawa futhi.
Then he was ordered to sign the documents.
Manje wayesecindezelwa ukuthi akasayine lawo ma-documents.
And the documents that he said he signed, his blood spilled on those documents.
Wathi ke ilapho kafika ukuthi umesayina lawo ma-document kwase kuba negazi ke lakhe elawela kuwo la ma-document.
My lord, from the magistrate's court up to Moot SAPS, I did not see any injuries on the accused up to the completion of the escort, my lord.
Uthi isikhathi sonke la besiphelezela umsolwa ngizange ngibone ukushaya kamsolwa.
Okay. Now, during the course of this trial, within the trial, a pro forma completed by Mrs. Cronje, the magistrate, and the statement was shown to accused number 2, which he denied to be the statement, because the reason is that the documents that he was led to sign must have had some marks of blood stains.
Manje ke uthi ke lama document lawa alethwa phambi kwakhe uthi umsola waphi ukuthi ama document akhe ngesikhathi kwenza icala elingaphathi kwecala, ngoba uthi yena awabona ama document awasayindile kwakuphoqelekile ukuthi akube nanamachashaza egazi la ayewele khona kulawo maphepha.
I would not know, my lord.
Ngeke ngibe nalolu lwazi.
Okay. So you say you transported him to Pretoria Mort.
That's correct.
Namphelezela nami isemoto athi yebo.
Do you know what time was he booked?
Sasikhathi
Was he booked in?
ukuthi wafakwa nini?
Our arrival at Moot, my lord, was around, it was between 6 and 7 o'clock in the evening, my lord.
Fika kwathi wethu umuntu kwawuphakathi ihora lesithupha nelesikhombisa kuseni.
Who booked him in?
Banomfaka lapho umbhalisa lapho.
Sergeant Mukhane, my lord.
Athi kwaba uSergeant Mukhane.
So that was the last time you saw accused number 2
That's correct, my lord.
Athi kwaba ukugcina mbona umsola wesibili.
until you saw him today.
That's correct, my lord.
Ngala futhi ukumbona futhi namhlanje.
Okay. So do you know that accused number 2 did not take bath since the 16th of June 2020? Do you know?
I don't know, my lord.
Athi yazi ukuthi umsola wesibili akaze ageze kusuka mhla 6 kuJune 20.
June
June 20?
2020.
Wathi kusuka mhla 16 kuJune 2020 umsola akaze ageze.
And he has never been in contact of his family.
Wathi futhi akaze nje athintane nobumndeni wakhe.
I don't know that, my lord.
Athi anginalo ulwazi lwalokho.
All right. So are you aware that accused number 2 was kept in custody from the day you booked him until 21st of March 2021?
Athi yazi ukuthi umsola wayevalelwe kusuka ukufika umhla ka1 kuMarch 2021
From the day he was booked in at Pretoria Mort.
kusukela evalelwe ePretoria Mall.
Do you know that?
Yakwazi lokho?
No, my lord.
Cha ngikwazi.
Let's get into the escort where you took the accused person from Vosloorus to Moroka police station.
Asikhulume ngokuniphelezela umsola kusuka eVosloorus umisa eMoroka.
My lord, the escort was only from Morocco to Vosloorus, not the other way around.
All
Athi
right.
cha kwakumphelezela kusuka eMoroka kuye eVosloorus hayi ukumsusa eVosloorus umisa eMoroka.
Thanks for the clarification.
Ngiyabonga ukuthi ungichazele.
All right. From Moroka police station, are you saying he was at that time after he was with Colonel Rappert?
Uthi ke ukusuka lapha eMoroka usho ukuthi kwakungemva kokuthi abe naliphoyisa okuthiwa Rappert.
Clarify, my lord.
I'm
Ngicela
saying
ingcazelo.
at that time when you escorting accused from Morocco, that was when he made a statement, the alleged statement from Colonel Rappert.
wathi ukusuka umphelezela usuka lapha eMorocco kokuyila esethathe khona istatement esithathuswe uRapad.
That's correct, my lord.
Wathi kunjalo.
So, were you present when there was a discussion between Sergeant Mohane and Colonel Rapad?
Okhona yini makunengxoxo phakathi kaMohano, Sergeant Mohane no Colonel Rapad?
No, my lord.
No, I wasn't.
But it's your evidence that after the interrogation, after the taking of the confession, you escorted the accused to Sergeant Mohane.
Manje uthi emva kokuthi avume icala umsolo wena wamphelezela ukuya ku Sergeant Mohane.
Once the statement was completed, my lord, I received the suspect from Colonel Rapadu and I took the suspect to Sergeant Mohane's vehicle.
Athi emva kokuthi sithathe istatement ngamthatha umsolo. You took him from
the Colonel
who?
Rapadu
Ngamthatha umsolo ngamthatha Colonel Rapadu
to the vehicle parked outside.
ngamisa ke emotweni ayipakwe ngaphandle.
All right. Do you know what time was it when you first took accused to Colonel Rapadu's office?
Manje uyazi ukuthi kwasikhatsini umuzothatha khipha umsolo umise office lika Rapadu.
It was in the morning, my lord. As I mentioned, I was the first to arrive.
Kwakusekuseni njengoba besengishilo ke kwayimina wafika kuqala.
If you had your pocketbook, you would precisely tell the court what time you arrived. Do you agree?
That's correct, my lord.
Bathi uma ukuthi ubonayo ke pocketbook yakho uzokwazi ukusinika isikhathi esiqondile bathi yebo.
But was it after 9, after 11?
As I can recall, my lord, I arrived around 6:30, so it might have been at 7, my lord.
Bathi njengoba besengichazile ke mina ngafika ngo6 lapha usho ukuthi ke isikhathi ke kwakuzoba kuyisikhathi zo7.
Yes. Now, Colonel Rapadu is done with the suspect. You are now handing over the suspect to Sergeant Mohane. Did they tell you where were they heading to?
Manje Sergeant Rapadu seqedile kusumisa ke ku Sergeant Mohane. Bakutshela yini ukuthi baya?
My lord, the suspect was handed over to me, not Sergeant Mohane.
Msola wanikezela kumina azange niyenzele kuMohane.
You handed over the suspect to Sergeant Mohane.
That's correct.
Bathi wena wanikezela umsola ku Sergeant Mohane athi yebo kunjani?
Were you told or asked to escort them to Boksburg police station, to Boksburg court?
Awulayeleliwe ke ukuthi baphelezele baye eBoksburg.
To Foslorus court, my lord.
Yeah,
To Foslorus.
Yes, my lord.
Yes.
Foslorus.
They told you the reason why you were to escort them to Foslorus court.
Wachazela ukuthi yini sizathu awufaka ukuphoqela ukuthi bayise eFoslorus?
It was mentioned that the accused had a court appearance in Foslorus, my lord.
Kwavezwa ukuthi umsolo ake ufanele ayovela phambi kwesenkantolo yaseFoslorus.
For which case do you know?
I don't know, my lord.
Athi angazi ukuthi kuliphi icala.
All right. So upon your arrival at Foslorus court, you remained behind. Where was the accused?
Manje uma nifika eFoslorus wena wasala wayelaphi umsolo?
The accused was together with Sergeant Mohane entering Foslorus court, my lord.
Umsolo kwahamba noSergeant Mohane bengena enkantolo yaseFoslorus.
We were outside at the vehicles.
Thina sasengaphandle sisemotweni.
Where was Sergeant Mapena?
Sergeant Mapena wayelaphi?
I can't recall, my lord.
Angikwazi ukukhumbula lokho.
All right. So the accused person, in respect of that evidence, will deny that he ever entered for the Foslorus court.
So la ke yena ke uzophika ukuthi wakangena enkantolo yaseFoslorus.
My lord, the accused did enter the court as part of completion of our escort. We saw him ourselves, my lord, entering the court.
Manje ukuphetha ukumphelezela umsolwa sabona ukuthi nange umsolwa uyangena ecourt yaseFoslorus.
Was he received by the police officers to know?
Wamkelwa amaphoyisa enu yazi?
We only saw him entering the court, my lord.
Athi cha sagcina singumbona engena enkantolo.
He never, according to you, he never entered, or according to the information you got from either Mabena or Mukhane, did he ever enter the holding cells of Foslorus police station, or police court, the holding cells? Did he enter those cells?
I don't know, my lord.
Athi wambona yini wena ngolwazi lwathi owalithola kuMabhena noMkhana wangena yini emaselini aseFoslorus athi cha angikwazi lo.
From what distance did you keep when Sergeant Mukhane entered the court, Foslorus court, with the accused? From what distance did you keep?
Wena wakude kanganani ke uma Bhena ezongena nomsolwa enkantolo yaseFoslorus?
My lord, the entrance for the accused persons is at the back of the court, my lord, or on the side.
Manje la kungena khona abasolwa ingemumva kwenkantolo noma ngapha ngaseceleni.
So you're telling the court that you did not actually see, or you could not be in a position to see where Mukhane and the accused entered.
Manje uchaza ukuthi wena awukwazanga ukubona noma awuzange ubone uma uMkhane engena nomsolwa ngaphakathi.
I want to further elaborate, my lord, on that point. That
Ukucacisa ngephambili kulolu phuzu.
once you entered and where the accused persons are supposed to enter, it's a separate door, my lord, or a gate.
Manje masungenile la kungena khona abasolwa umnyango wehlukile noma kuyisangwane elihlukile.
Were you in a position to see them?
Yes, my lord.
Bathi yebo ngakwazi ukubabona.
You can see from the parking area, my lord.
Athi la esesibaye khona ukwazi ukubona.
So is that part of escorting an accused person? When you left him with somebody and kept a distance away from him?
Manje lokho kuseyingxenye yokuphelezela umuntu uma ukuthi ufika umnikezela omunye umuntu bese uyabayeka bahambe bodwa.
My lord, he was not left. He was in our vicinity and visible to us at all times.
Azange ahambe wayekhona ebonakala phambi kwethu simbona sonke isikhathi.
Yes, but my point is it's a different scenario than the escort at Boksburg Court, where the accused person, when he entered room 2, you then went back to the motor vehicle.
Athi kuyehluka ke nase eBoksburg ngoba wathi mengena egumbini lesibili kwaba kuyimani kwaze kusuka la.
In this case, sorry, may I just draw the distinction? In this case, you remain in the parking lot, you let Mukhane in with the suspect.
Manje kulesi sikhathi esikhuluma ngaso nina nasale parking namiyela uMkhane wahamba wayongena nomsolwa ngaphakathi.
Do you see the difference?
Yabona mehluko?
I see what you are saying, my lord. And to confirm that, my lord, as far as I know, my lord, every magistrate's court has a holding cell. And in order to access the holding cell, my lord, there is a separate entrance to the court.
hayi ke kuchaza lokho yonke inkantolo zinale ndawo iseli la kubekwa khona abasolo bengakayi and futhi kusuka lapho ke yila bekwazi ke ukungena enkantolo khona.
Of course, that will also include Boksburg Court. It has a holding cell.
Nalesi Boksburg Court ikhona leyo holding cell.
That's correct, my lord.
Bathi njani?
So from where we were parked, we were in view of the entrance to the holding cells, my lord.
Bathi la
Or the door,
esasikhona ke sasikwazi ukubona umnyango ukungena kuma holding cell.
because it's a separate parking, my lord.
Ngoba la akuyona iparking enye parking nje ehlukile.
All right, let's move on. So Sergeant Mkhano went in with the suspect. They came back. At what stage did you escort them to the motor vehicle?
Manje umkhana ke wangena nesuspect waseyabuya mina ke naba thathanini baphelezela ngemotini.
My lord, as I mentioned, when we arrived at Foslores Court, the suspect and Sergeant Mukhane entered the court, my lord.
Njengoba sengishilo uma sifika ecourt ke umsola noSergeant Mkhane bangena enkantolo.
And then from the court, my lord, is where we dispersed,
Manje kusuka enkantolo ila esahlukanayo.
because our escort was completed at that point.
Ngoba ngaleso sikhathi ke baphelezela kwethu ke kwasekuphelile.
Was it not necessary for you to escort Mkhano and the suspect back to the police station where the accused was kept? Was it not necessary?
Kwangadingeki ukuthi niphinde niphelezele umsola ukusuka le enkantolo ukumisa le kule police station la eboshwe khona.
No, my lord, as our shift was already completed at that time.
Cha bengeke kwenzeke ngoba thina ke sasisiphumile emsebenzini sishayisile.
Okay. So the normal shift, if you are working day shift, from what time to what time?
Manje ishift yena ejwayelekile iqala ngasikhatsini iyophuma ngasikhatsini.
We work 8-hour shifts, my lord.
Sisebenza amahora ayisishiyagalombili.
I can't speculate, sir. From what time to which time?
Qala ngasikhatsini kuyofika ngasikhatsini.
For example, my lord, if we start 6 o'clock in the morning, our shift will end at 2 o'clock, my lord.
Ake ngibekise kanje uma siqale ngo6 sigcine siphume emsebenzini ngo2.
So, according to your evidence, you reported. So, is it clear that you reported at 6 when you took the suspect to Colonel Rappard?
So manje usho ukuthi ungena
Moroka police station.
ngo6 eMoroka police station la uyothatha khona umsolo.
I reported on duty at 6, my lord. My arrival at Moroka, as I was the first to arrive, was around 6:30, my lord.
Wathi ngihambe ngayo ngena emsebenzini ngo6 wathi ufika ngami eMoroka kwaku 6:30.
Things. So you, all right, I understand the logic. You reported on duty at 6 o'clock, then you expected to knock off at 2 o'clock on that day.
That's correct, my lord.
Wathi ngalela ngangena ngo6 ngangifanele ke ngishayise ngo2 ngalelola wathi yebo kunjalo.
So I just want to clarify or to get clarity in terms of when they entered, immediately when they entered, did you notice your time? When they entered Foslores Court, did you check the time?
Mase bengena eFoslores Court wena wasibheka isikhathi.
Yes, my lord, it was near 2 o'clock.
Wathi yebo kwaku seduze isikhathi sika 2 o'clock.
All right. So that means it makes sense when you say it was your knock-off time at 2 o'clock.
That's
But my concern is the next shift in terms of the escorting services was expected to start from 2 o'clock onwards.
manje kusho ukuthi-ke ababezo ngoba nina nasenishayisile kusho ukuthi ababezongena emsebenzini bafanele baqale ngo-2 ukuya phambili.
That's only upon request, my lord.
Athi-ke hhayi lokho kwenzeka uma sicelile.
So I'm still, because it was very imperative for you to escort the suspect from Pretoria Mall up to all the relevant places where you took the suspects to.
Manje wawumsebenzini ukuthi phelezele umsolwa kusuke ePretoria Mall kuzo zonke indawo la enicela ukuthi nimise khona.
Yes, my lord.
Kunjani?
The significance of this escorting should have been seen when you knocked off and the next shift proceeded to escort.
Manje umqoka lokumphelezela umsolwa bebonakalile ngalesi sikhathi ke nina kuzofika isikhathi sokuthi nishayise bese kungena abanye emsebenzini.
My lord, that is dependent on the investigating officers, my lord.
Hayi lokho ke kuphuma kumpheyi.
So it was not a prescribed procedure of escorting. This is just a procedure created by the investigating officer.
So kuyona ke indlela ebekiwe yokuthi ni umuntu nemphelezela kanjani. Kodwa okunje ile ndlela ayeshele ngayo umphenyi wecala.
My lord, the investigating officer was aware that it was approaching our knock-off time, and prior arrangements to that, the investigating officer should do, my lord.
Manje umphenyi ke wecala wayazi ukuthi sifanele sishayise okufanele kube khona kulungisana.
All right. After you have rendered your services up to 2 o'clock, did you bother to call the investigating officer that this is knock-off time and we are seizing our escort? Are there any necessary arrangements that you have made?
Manje ngalesi sikhathi masenibona ukuthi nizoshayisa nakhuluma yini nomphenyi wecala nimtshela ukuthi hayi sesiseduze isikhathi sethu sokuthi sishayise manje kusodingeka ukuthi kube khona uhlelo oluthize olulungisayo.
The investigating officer was aware of that, my lord.
Umphenyi wecala wayekwazi lokho.
But that has never been discussed with you. It's just an assumption that he knew about it.
Kusho ukuthi ke lokho ke akuzange kukhulume into nje naniyicabange.
It was not discussed, my lord.
Akuzange kuqoqwe.
When I took the instructions from accused 1 and 2, you are always in the picture. There's no other shift.
Ngithatha imlayelo yami kumsolo oqala nomsolo wesithupha. Wena ke yabonakala ukuthi nje uhlala unjalo ubonakala la.
It's you, Khadebe, Maphumulo. You are always in the shift.
Wena ke noHadebe noMaphumulo ke yabonakala ukuthi hayi nihlanisa emsebenzini.
No one is replacing you.
Akekho oza azoniphumuza.
Do you know the reason why?
Yazini isizathu.
My lord, I can speculate that it might be a trust factor, my lord.
Ngicabangela ukuthi mhlambe kwenziwa ukuthi sasithembekile.
Yes. You are the most trusted person. Because when you ascended that box, accused number 2 called me.
Yebo wena uthenjwe kakhulu ngoba uthe ungena lapha ebhokisini umsolo sibili wayengibiza.
And told me that when I see this man, I feel like crying the way he was beating me.
Wathi hayi mangibona le ndoda lena ngizwa sengathi ngakhala ngendlela ayengishaya ngayo.
I'm traumatized.
Angisahlukumezekile.
What do you say about that?
Thini ngalokho?
I don't know the accused, my lord.
Angimazi umsolo.
That's why if you don't know the accused, but Brigadier Gininda trusts you.
Kodwa uma ungamazi umsolo othi Brigadier Gininda ayokethemba.
My lord, the trust was built over a few occasions that we worked together.
Wathi ke lokwethembana ke kwakheka ngezikhathi lapho ke esasisebenza naye esikhathini ezimbalwa.
My Lord, can you adjourn for a short break?
Is it for the tea?
That's correct.
Okay. 15 minutes.
Sorry, my lord. Thank you. So we ended up at Phosphorus when you left. That means that's when you ceased your escort.
Siqinise sefolkhola lawa wahamba khona kusho ukuthi ke lawa wagcina khona ukuphelezela umsolo.
So you did not go to Villarreal,
No, my lord.
Villarreal, where he was. Sorry, to Pretoria Mort.
So ushita uzangu ePretoria mwat.
On the 24th, my lord.
On the day you left Mohale and the suspect in Phosphorus court.
No, my lord.
Ngaleli langa washiya khona uMokhale nomsolwa ePhosphorus court.
Sorry?
No, my lord.
Athi cha
You did not go there.
No, my lord.
cha ngizange ngiye la.
So, all right, I was told that you are a very trusted somebody. It's fine.
Ngizila ke kuthiwa wethembekile ayikulungile.
Let's get now into the condition as per the person who was escorting. The condition of accused number 2. In your own assessment, when you looked at him, was he a normal someone?
Njengoba ke kokuwena umphelezela ngicela ukubuza ke ngesimo sikamsolo sibili ukuthi nje wena kumbheka waye umuntu osesimene sejwayelekile.
Yes, my lord.
That is correct.
That's fair.
Sorry madam. Kunjani?
So, do you remember during the process of escorting on all these days that we've mentioned, do you remember taking the suspect, accused number 1, to a medical practitioner?
Manje ngasonke isikhathi la ubuphelezela khona usakhumbula uhambisa umsolo oqala umyesa kwabezempilo.
No, my lord. As accused number 1, I only met him on the 5th of June in Alberton.
Hayi cha angikaze kwenzeke ngoba umsola wesibili ngahlala naye ngomhla ka-5 kuJune eAlbert.
All right.
Is it accused number 1 or 2?
It's accused number, sorry.
The counsel referred to accused number 1, my lord.
Oh, is that so?
Sorry, I beg your pardon, my lord. Accused number 2. I'm still dealing with accused number 2. I beg your pardon, my lord.
Ngicela ukulungisa lapho ngenze iphutha bengikhuluma ngomsolo wesibili.
So, medical attention for accused number 2. No, my lord.
Cha ngizange ngimyise kwabezempilo umsolo wesibili.
All right, even before a confession was taken, you never came across any information that he was ever taken to a medical attention.
No, my lord.
Noma ka engakadlumi icala why anizange ngimyise kwabezempilo awuzange uzwe nje ukuthintwa ukuthi wayiswa kwezempilo athi cha.
We'll get back to relevant questions. Let's get into accused number 1.
Ayisibuyele ke umsolo oqala.
Were you present when he was arrested?
Wakhona yini ngesikhathi eboshwa?
No, my lord.
Athi cha.
If the accused person says you were present with a lot of Metropolis officers at Tembisa in Vusumuzi section, he will be telling the lies.
Manje umethi ke umsolo wake wena ukhona namaphoyisa akwametro amaningi eThembisa endaweni ekuthiwa section ebizwa ngokuthi iVusumuzi uzobe qamba mangayini?
That's correct, my lord.
Uzobe kunjani?
Do you know when was he arrested? Which
Uyazi
day?
ukuthi waboshwa nini?
Which day?
No, my lord.
Cha ngilazi la ngaboshwa ngalo.
Accused will tell the court that he was arrested on the 30th of May 2020 in your presence.
Uzothi umsolo waboshwa mhla 13 kuMay ngo-2020 wena ukhona?
No, my lord, I was not there.
Cha, ngangingekho.
All right. At what stage then you appeared to be escorting accused number 1?
Manje-ke kwaqala
From the first time.
ukuphelezela umsolo wokuqala okokuqala.
The first time, my lord, was on the 5th of June 2020 for the pointing out.
Wathi-ke kwakuwumhla ka-5 kuJune 2020 kuya kukhombakhomba.
Can you see now the relevance of a logbook?
Yabona ukuthi yini umsebenzi walogbook?
I do, my lord.
Wathi yebo ngiyawazi.
The court, let me just put it this way. It would be much easier for the court to be convinced that on this particular day and time, this is the event that took place, if that was recorded in writing.
Kuzoba lula ukuthi inkantolo yazi ukuthi ngela ngithize kwenzekani uma ubeyiqushwe phansi kubhaliwe.
I agree, my lord.
Ngiyavumelana nalokho.
Because at this stage we've got conflicting versions. Your testimony versus the version of accused number 1.
Manje ngoba yabonakala ukuthi sekukhona izinto ezehlukile ubufakazi bakho naloko kushiwo umsolo wokuqala.
Nonetheless, let's proceed. You said on the 30th when he was arrested you were not present.
That's correct, my lord.
Uthe wena wawungekho ngesikhathi eboshwa wathi yebo.
All right, according to your knowledge, because I can see you've been interacting with Brigadier Gininda, Mohane, and Mabena and the likes. Do you know if accused number 1 was arrested with a warrant?
Uyazi-ke wena mhlawumbe ukuthi umsolo wokuqala waboshwa kune-warrant?
I do not know, my lord.
Cha ngikwazi lo.
But that could have came into your attention. I'm not pushing you to answer that, but that could have came into your attention as a police officer.
Kambe lokho bengingafika endlebeni zakho njengephoyisa.
It's possible, my lord.
Athi ngenzeka.
The relevance of escorting. Accused number 1, like you have testified about accused number 2. When accused number 1 was arrested by the Metro Police officer, Mabena, Mohane, and others, he was found at Tembisa in Vusumuzi section in company of his 2 friends.
Umsolo-ke uqala mesezoboshwa uMabena noMkhane watholakala esendaweni esethembisa nabangani bakhe ababili endaweni ekuthiwa seVusumuzi.
He was in company, they were actually standing in a particular yard, not in a place where accused number 1 is residing.
Wathi-ke babeme endaweni ethize eshuthi egcekeni elithize hayi la ehlala khona.
Then they were approached by Metro Police officers
Bese kufika amaphoyisa asemetro
who ordered them to lie down.
abafike-ke batshela ukuthi balale phansi.
And they were asked, or accused number 1 was asked his name by the Metro Police officers, and you were present.
Nje umsolo wokuqala-ke wabuzwa igama lakhe ebuzwa amaphoyisa asemetro futhi nawe wawukhona.
I was not present, my lord.
Ngangingekho.
Yes. Gave them his full names, and they asked him where was he coming from, originally from. He said from Mahlabatini.
bambuza igama lakhe basebembuza ukuthi uvela apha sethi hayi mina ngiphuma le kwa emahlabathini.
I do not know, man. Oh, continue.
He was handcuffed
Wafa
behind.
kuzankosi
from behind,
before ngemumva.
and he was lifted up
Bamqubula
with the handcuffs,
esa bafakile ovu zankosi.
and they told him that he was under arrest.
Bamtshela ukuthi useboshiwe.
He also denied it.
Ngiyaphika nalokho.
Yes, my lord, I was not present.
Yebo ngiyaphika ngangingekho.
Then he was asked as to where does he reside.
Wayese kuyabuzwa ukuthi uhlala.
He showed them the place, and they asked him as to who does he stay with. He said,
Babakhombisa leyo ndawo baseyambuza futhi ukuthi uhlala nobani.
he said he stays with his uncle.
Sethi uhlala nomalume wakhe.
They then took him to the place where he resides.
Base bemthatha bemisa la ehlala khona.
All these officers, including you, and the uncle was not found.
Nawo wonke lamaphoyisa nawo ukhona kodwa kumalume abazange bamthola.
He was then, they kicked the door, they opened the door by kicking it,
Base bekhahlela isicapha
and he was told to change his clothing because,
base ketshelwa ukuthi akashintshe lokho ayigqokile.
do you know that?
Yakwazi
No, my lord.
cha angikwazi.
They then took him to a motor vehicle, the cars that we were traveling with.
Base bemthatha bemisa kulezi moto enanihamba ngazo.
Then he was taken to another place called Tabong.
Wayesethathwa ke isa kwenye indawo kuthiwa iselithabuni.
It's a municipality area.
Kuthiwa ila kwamasipala.
Around that place, that's where the issue of assault commenced. He was beaten, he was choked with a plastic bag, and asked to tell the truth about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ila waqala khona ke ukushaya, washawa wafakwa ovala nobuso, ikhanda balifaka into ethize ukumshopha, and ila qala khona ke ukuthi uphoqelela ukuthi akhulume iqiniso mayelana nokushona kukaSenzo Meyiwa.
My instruction is that he was told, he was asked as to who was with at the time Senzo was killed.
Manje wabuzwa ngaleso sikhathi ukuthi wayenobani ngalesi sikhathi uSenzo bulama.
He denied that. He said no, he has no knowledge even now. He denied his involvement in the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Waphika ngaleso sikhathi wathi akanalwazi namanje usaqhubeka uyaphika ukuthi akanalwazi lokuthi wabulawa ubani uSenzo Meyiwa.
Do you know anything about that?
Khona ulwaziyo ngalokho?
No, my lord.
Cha angazi lutho.
Thereafter, he was transported to Vosloorus.
Ngokwalokho ke wasethwala ke iswa eVosloorus.
To the same area, I mean municipality area.
Qinisela khona lapha endaweni yekamasipala.
Where you, in a plural, insisted that he should tell the truth.
Lapho ke nina enafika khona nagcizelela ukuthi akakhuluma iqiniso.
But he vehemently denied the allegations or
Manje
any
kodwa
knowledge thereof.
kodwa ke waphika ke lokho ayebuzwa ngakho.
Do you have any knowledge of?
Khona ulwazi
No,
lolo?
my lord.
Cha angazi lutho.
After that assault in Vosloorus, After that incident, he was then taken to Soweto.
Emva kwaleso sigameko wasethathwa ke eyiswa eSoweto.
Were you also present?
Wawukhona lapho nawe?
No, my lord.
Cha, angekho.
In Deep Kloof police station. He did not know that he was at Deep Kloof police station until he arrived there, until he was told that he was at.
Wayengazi ukuthi ulethwe esikhumulweni samapholisa saseDeepkloof uyofika ke esetshela ukuthi eseboshiwe ukuthi usesikhumulweni samapholisa saseDeepkloof.
No, my lord, I was never at Deep Kloof police station.
Cha ngikaze ngibe sesikhumulweni sasemapholisa saseDeepkloof.
According to the description of the office that he was held in, it had no roof on top, but the sort of a fence is safe, like.
Uthi ke uma ichaza ke le ndawo uthi yayingenalo uphahla kodwa ke kwakukhona into enjengocingo olulapha ngaphezulu.
That he was further assaulted in that.
Wathi ke kuleyo ndawo nakhona kwaqhubeka ukuthi ashaye.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Cha nginalo ulwazi lolokho.
Then, when Colonel Mboto entered, the assault stopped.
Athi uma sengena lapho uKenel Mbotho
The assault stopped.
kwase kuyama ke ukuthi ashaye.
Then Colonel Mboto showed the accused the documents that was ordered to sign.
Manje uKenel Mbotho semkhombisa ke umsolwa amaphepha la efanele ke awasayini.
Otherwise, if it does not do that, they'll carry on with the assault.
Manje kuma ngakwenzi ke lo wamcala wona kwakuyoqhutsheka ngokuthi ashaye.
I was not at Deep Kloof, my lord.
Cha ngangekho eDeepkloof.
Immediately after that, accused number 1 was forced to sign those documents.
Emva kwaloko ke umsolo oqala wasephoqelelwa ukusayinda lamaphepha.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Cha anginalo ulwazi lwalokho.
Thereafter, he was taken to Villere police station.
Taken to?
To Villere police station.
Manje wasesuswa ke ngaleso sikhathi kwayiswa esikhumulweni samapholisa saseValeria.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalo ulwazi lwalokho.
All right, he was booked in. I'll give you the exact time and the days in which he was booked in and out.
Ngizokutshela ukuthi wafa nini wasekhishwa nini la.
May I approach this now?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. On the 5th of June 2020,
Umhla 5 kuJune 2020
accused number 1 was booked out from Villere police station
umsolo wakhishwa eValeria police station
to Fort Lawrence,
eyiswa ke endaweni yaseFort Lawrence.
and he was also, that's why he was beaten again.
Futhi ke washaywa.
You were present,
So ukhona.
and it's your evidence that You first saw him on the 5th of June.
And futhi ke nawe ubufakazi bakho ukuthi waqala umbona ngomhla ka 5 kuJune.
I was present on the 5th of June, my lord, at Alberton Police Station.
Angekhona ngomhla ka 5 kuJune kodwa ngayesesikhumulweni samaphoyisa sase-Alberton.
So in other words, you were not present at the time he was booked out from Villera Police Station.
Ngamanye amagama kusho ukuthi ungekho ngesikhathi ezokhishwa ke eValeria Police Station.
That's correct, my lord. We met Sergeant Mukhane at Alberton SCPS.
Kunjalo ngasahlangana noSergeant Mukhane esesikhumulweni samaphoyisa sase-Alberton.
All right. So my question is, if you were not present, there was no need for an escort from Villera to Alberton as per your evidence.
Manje usho ukuthi uma wawungekho ke kusho ukuthi wangadingeki ukuthi aphelezelwe usuke eValeria ese-Alberton njengokubeka kwakho.
There was a need, my lord.
Cha sasikhona isidingo.
Why was he not escorted?
Yini indawo ke engaphelezelwanga?
I'm sure he was escorted, my lord.
Nginesiqiniseko sokuthi waphelezelwa.
All right. By who?
Phelezelwa bani?
I'm sure. By who? Do you know?
Njengoba uthi unesiqiniseko usho ukuthi wayephelezelwa bani?
I don't know who escorted the suspect on the day, my lord, but there are also other police members that could have conducted it, my lord.
Angazi ukuthi ubani owamphelezelana ngalelo langa kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi khona amanye amaphoyisa bengakwazi ukuthi angakwenza lokho.
Okay. So those police could also be trusted by Brigadier Beninda like yourself.
Usho ukuthi la maphoyisa naye thenjwa uBrigadier Beninda njengoba ethemba wena.
That would be on the brigadier's discretion, my lord.
Hayi ke lokho kungale ndlela abona ngayo uBrigadier.
Okay. My version is that, the accused version is that on the 5th, when he was taken to Fosloras, after having been assaulted, he was then taken to to Alberton Police Station.
Manje umsona indlela echaza ngayo ukuthi ngomhla 5 engakayiswa eFosloras ila ashaba khona. No, sorry, can you please repeat this? I
Yes.
seem to be missing something.
Yeah. From Villera to Fosloras on the 5th of June 2020.
Suke eValeria uke eFosloras ngomhla June 2020.
Assaulted at Fosloras,
Washawa eFosloras.
taken to Alberton Police Station,
Wayeseyiswa ke eAlberton Police Station.
kept in the cells.
Wasegcinwe emaselini.
That's where you featured Mr. Jonathan
Ilawo wavela khona.
On
at the
our,
police station in Alberton, as per your evidence.
Njengoba usushilo kwabonakala esikhumulweni samaphoyisa sase-Alberton.
yes, my lord. On our arrival at the police station, we met with Sergeant Mukhane.
Yebo ke mase sifika lapho epolice station sahlangana noSergeant Mukhane.
We were standing outside of the CSC,
Sase ngaphandle ke kwe-CNC.
and he mentioned that the suspect is inside the holding cell, my lord.
Wabe sephawula ukuthi umsolo ungaphakathi emaselini.
So you did not see the suspect inside the cells.
Usho ukuthi nginanzani bambona umsolo engaphakathi emaselini.
No, my lord.
Cha sange sikubona.
How did you ascertain yourself who the person to be escorted if you did not bother to know the person to be escorted?
Manje nina nazi kanjani ukuthi ubani lo fanele aphelezelwe uma ningazange nizihlupheke ngokuzama ukufuna ukwazi ukuthi ubani lo ayezophelezelwa.
My lord, the details associating to the suspect was not disclosed to us, as we were only required to conduct the escort, my lord.
Manje ke imininingwane yokuthi ubani lo ayezophelezelwa izange sitshelwe yona ngoba thina nje okwethu nje kwakuyophelezela okuthiwa aphelezela.
There's evidence that is recorded before this court by Colonel Khatebe that upon his arrival, you were inside the CSC, which is next to the cells where accused number 1 was kept.
Joke umakhulenya ufazi obletho uGadebe lana buthi nina nabonakala nise duze kwebasez la ebekwe khona umsoko.
And it is per his evidence that you were in a better position to see, or you were in a better, accused number one was in a position to see the presence of the metropolis because it was a small office.
Joke ayimsolo ekwazi ukubona ukuthi kwakhona amaphoyisa asemetro ngoba kuyihhovisi elincane.
My lord, that statement I can deny. Reason being, the CSC is so small, my lord. There is no space for us to stand inside.
Athi hayi ngikuphika lo ngoba incane kakhulu ayikho indawo yokuthi singama khona.
That means the court must reject the evidence of Colonel Khadebe.
Uthe manje inkonzo lifanele ichithe ubufakazi kaKhenel Khadebe.
That's a good place, my lord. We still have to check our note, but we don't remember.
Yeah, this witness was not implicated by Khadebe.
The waiting inside the client service.
I'm saying, as I recall the evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Mohammed never pertinently said this witness was there also.
Now, he never said that, ma'am.
No, he talks generically of metropolis.
That's correct.
That's it.
That's correct.
Unless you put it to him that he was also there, fine.
Yes. To rephrase that question, the metropolis officers that were present at the SC in Albertine, were you also present?
Manje asube indlela amaphoyisa metro ekhona lapha eSC eAlberton. Wena ke okhona la.
Outside of the CSC, I can say yes, my lord.
Masikhuluma ukuthi ngaphandle weCSC ngingathi yebo.
All right. Were there any officers which were inside and others remained outside the CSC on that day, at that time?
Manje wonke lamaphoyisana nawo ngaphandle ngaso sonke isikhathi lapha eCSC.
From EMPD, my lord, we were only 4 officers standing outside.
Manje waphuma kweMPD sesiyamaphoyisa amane ayeme ngaphandle.
All right. But accused number 1 eventually saw your presence when he was in custody.
So lokuqala ke eboshiwe wakwazi ukunibona ukuthi nikhona.
Do you agree?
Uvumelana nami?
If he came outside, yes, my lord.
Mawukuthi waphumela ngaphandle yebo.
Yes. He had the knowledge that there are metropolis outside before the pointing out took place.
Before?
The alleged pointing out.
Ungakenzike le khomba umsolo wazi ukuthi khona amaphoyisa aseMPD ngaphandle.
My lord, you said he has the knowledge.
That's what I'm saying.
EMPD is outside. I
Yeah.
can't answer for him.
And njengokuthi ke wayenalo ulwazi cha angikwazi kumphendulela.
My instruction is that you were present with those metropolis officers.
Njengomyalelo wami uthi nani wawukhona nalamaphoyisa.
I confirm, my lord, I was outside the CSC.
Cha yebo ngiyafuna lethu isiqiniseko sokuthi ngingaphandle kweCSC.
You then traveled after photos were taken from accused number 1. You traveled in your own motor vehicle. You followed the motor vehicle of Colonel Khadebe.
Njengoba uthi uthathe izithombe zomsola nabe seniyahamba nina ngemoto yenu nilandela imoto kaKhadebe.
That's correct.
You must correct me if I'm wrong. As an escort, you must always be vigilant. You must always be vigilant and keeps a close proximity to safeguard the movement of Colonel Khadebe with the suspect.
Manje ke ukuthi njengoba nani lapho niphelezela kwakufanele ukuthi niqaphele futhi nijeqeze ukwenzela ukuthi ke nihlale niyibona imoto kaHadebe futhi nibe seduze kwayo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Upon arrival at a particular place, you were also present when Colonel Hadebe, the suspect, the photographer, alighted from the motor vehicle.
Futhi ke emva kwesikhathi endaweni ethize la afike wehla khona emotweni uKolonel Hadebe nomsolwa nelona othwebulayo futhi nawe wawukhona.
We were in the same vicinity, yes, my lord.
Sasi sendaweni eyodwa.
So were you in a better position to see what was carrying on?
Manje usho ukuthi wawusethubeni elihle lokubona ukuthi kwenzekani.
We were inside of the colonel, my lord.
You were?
We were inside. I could see the colonel.
Ngaphakathi sasikwazi ukumbona uKolonel.
Now I'm referring to that particular place where at Phosphorus.
Ngisho kuleyo ndawo yasePhosphorus.
As you were traveling, you finally reached the destination. Then they alighted from the motor vehicle. You also alighted from your own motor vehicle.
Noma senifikile endaweni bathi mabephuma emotweni nawe wehle emotweni.
That's correct, my lord.
Bathi kunjalo.
Then the question is, from where you positioned yourself. You were in a better position to see Colonel Hadebe, the suspect, and the photographer.
Bathi la owawukhona ukwazi ukubona uKolonel Hadebe nomsolwa nomthwebu.
Yes, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
So in the same position that they were, I'm not sure whether they saw you, but the same proximity or vicinity where whatever that happened on the day, were they in a position to see your presence? Or, were they in a position to see your presence?
Manje ke bona kuleyo ndawo ke othi naniseduze naseduze wawukwazi ukubona babekwazi ukubona ukuthi wena ukhona.
I would say yes, my lord. And if the colonel was unable to see us, he would know that we are in the vicinity.
Yebo ngizothi yebo kodwa kumakhanela mengasiboni wayezokwazi ukuthi sikhona lapha endaweni.
All right. I'll just try to wrap up my cross-examination, but there's one thing that I just want to know from you.
Kona sengifuna ukugoqa ke imibuzo yami kodwa khona ngisafuna ukwazi kwena.
A person is kept at a... I'm just asking this question. You tell me if you can answer it. You are not an expert on that particular field.
Ngiyabuza ke nje lo mbuzo ngifuna ungiphendula kodwa ke angisho ukuthi uchwepheshe ke walokho.
Don't you find it prudent that a person who is kept in a police station under police guard from the day of arrest wants to make a confession? I'm just putting to you, I want to either a common sense or he's kept there practically at Valeria. That person wants to make a confession.
Please, my lord, the witness is being asked for an opinion which is irrelevant. We submit, my lord, that the question should not be allowed as it's opinion evidence which is irrelevant.
Eliciting opinion evidence, sir?
Not on the basis
Because
of an
you are actually saying this witness is not an expert.
Yes. It's common sense sort of, not an expert per se, my lord.
So what should
Like the need for an escort if somebody is kept at a place, at a particular place, and he wants to make a confession. Is there any need to take that person and transport the person to a particular place.
No, but those are not the facts. The facts are this witness says he escorted your client for a pointing out. Please, don't conflate a pointing out with a confession.
That was just a general question. Let me withdraw it.
Yeah.
Yes. That concludes my question.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Nisi.
As it is the court, my lord, with due respect, I don't have questions to the witness.
Due respect to who? Me?
I'm referring to the court, my lord.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Nisi, no cross-examination. Mr. Ngumano?
This is the court. My lord, I have no cross-examination.
No cross-examination, Mrs. For accused number 5, eh? Ms. Misholo.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Can I start, my lord?
Hello?
Can I start, my lord?
I'm waiting for you.
Thank you. Mr. Jonathan, is Jonathan your name or surname? What's your name?
Surname, my lord. My name is Wendell Logan.
Oh, okay.
Athi Jonathan isibongo sakho athi cha igama lami nguWendell.
Logan second.
Igama lesibili nguLogan.
Mr. Logan, Jonathan, I'm going to start with your participation or involvement on the 19th of June when you escorted the SAPS members and took accused number 2 to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. You remember that involvement?
I do, my lord.
Iqala mhla 19 kuJune lapho ke waphelezela amaphoyisa SAPS lapho waphelezela khona ukuthi baye ku
Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Yes. Okay. When were you requested to give escort duties to the SAPS members?
Wacela nini ke ukuthi ube semsebenzini ophelezela amaphoyisa SSFs?
We are normally informed the day before, my lord.
Sijwayeleke ukutshelwa osukwini olwandulela lo msebenzi.
Okay, let us not generalize now. We're talking about this, the 19th of June, 2020. When were you requested?
A day before, my lord.
Wathi umhla ka-19 kuJune ngatshelwa ke ngelanga elandulela umhla ka-19.
At what time?
Ngasiphi isikhathi?
When the request was made that the Metro Police should accompany the SAPS members on the following day.
Safika nini ke isicelo safika ngasikhathini isicelo sokuthi nihambe niyophelezela amaphoyisa ase-SAPS?
In the afternoon, my lord.
Yafika ntambama
Yes, at what time?
ngasikhathini?
I can't recall the exact time.
Cha isikhumbula isikhathi esiqondile.
Okay, who requested you?
Ubani kwanicela?
Sergeant Mukhane called, my lord.
Umsajeni Mkhane uyena owasithinda.
Okay. Did he call you or did he call your supervisor or the head of the Metro Police?
Bathi wathinta wafonela wena noma fonela umkhuzi wenu noma wafonela ophethe iMetro Police?
Our immediate supervisor was informed, my lord.
So cha umkhuzi wethu okhuza thina uyena watshela.
Okay. What's the name of that immediate supervisor? who
Manje
was
lo mkhuzi
requested?
wenu kubani igama lakhe?
Say again, my lord. Your question, just say it again.
What was the name of the supervisor who was requested?
Superintendent Vishan Singh, my lord.
What?
Superintendent Vishan Singh.
Wathi ke umkhuzi wethu ke igama lakhe uSuperintendent Vishan Singh.
It's my immediate supervisor.
Yena kumkhuzwe wami ongaphezulu kwami.
He was your immediate supervisor on the 19th of June, am I correct?
Yena ke oluphethe ngomhla 19 kuJune. Akunjalo?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Where is he right now?
Manje.
As I mentioned, my lord, we were all redeployed. He is currently at the equestrian unit.
Cha njengoba sengichazile sani kweminye imisebenzi okwamanje sengathi yena usebenza kule unit ebizwa ukuthi equestrian unit.
Okay, but he's still under Metropolis.
Manje usengaphansi kweMetropolis.
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjalo.
Okay. What was the car registration number of the car that you used on the following day now?
Manje ke inombolo zemoto oyisebenzisa ngalamalanga engizowathula zazithini.
Maybe to rephrase, on the following day, the car registration number of the car that you used on the 19th of June when you executed the escort duties.
Manje yipi inombolo zemoto oyisebenzisa mhla 19 isikhathi ke isemsenzini ophelezela.
Should I mention the registration, my lord?
Yes.
It's BZ
Inombolo yakhona ke kwuPZ
35
35
MCGP.
NCGP.
It's registered under Metropolis cars, vehicles.
That's correct, my
Usho
lord.
nemoto lena ingaphansi kwesiphoyisa wathi yebo.
Yes. The logbook, can we get the logbook for that car?
Ile book yaleyo moto ungakwazi ukuyithola?
Yes, I can, my lord.
Yebo ngayithola.
Where can we get it? In which
Ungayithola?
office? If you know.
We can arrange from Superintendent Vishal Singh, my lord.
Singahlela no Superintendent uVishan Singh.
Okay. Do you have the number for Superintendent Vichan Singh?
Na inombolo ka Superintendent Vishan Singh?
Yes, I do, my lord.
Yebo nginayo.
Okay. We will also be able to locate the VL of that motor vehicle that you used on the 19th of June.
Ibhili lale moto esetshenziswa mhla 19 uJune nayo ingatholakala.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Okay. Was there a written authority permission for you to go and provide services to the SAPS on the 19th of June?
Khona ke imvume ayibhalwe phansi ukuthi ngomhla ka 19 kuJune nanifanele niyosiza ngokuphelezela.
My lord, Brigadier Ganinda would email our immediate supervisor requesting our services.
Manje uBrigadier Gininda wayengathumela ke i-email kumkhozi wethu mayelana nalomsebenzi.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking if there was a written authority permission that you go and escort the SAPS on the 19th of June.
No cha ekubuzayo ukuthi nani iphethe yini imvume ebhalwe phansi ukuthi ningaya niyophelezela nomsolo ngalelo.
No, my lord.
Cha
And the reason why?
khona isizathu
Reason being that we receive instruction from the supervisor, my lord.
but ukuthi ke nje thina sathola imiyalelo evela kumkhozi wethu.
Oh, okay. So the reason there was no written authority authorizing you to go and execute these duties, it's because you were given the authority verbal. Am I correct?
Manje okuchazayo ukuthi ke imbangela ukuthi ningabi nephela kuchazayo ukuthi niyokwenza lo msebenzi ukuthi ke nani itshelwe ngumlomo akunjalo.
Yes, my lord, I would say telephonically, as the supervisor then requested us or informed us that we will be conducting an escort the next day.
Cha ngasho ukuthi ke kwaleko kwangena ngocingo lapho ke umkhuzi wethu asitshela ukuthi fanele sokwenza lo msebenzi ngelanga elilandelayo.
Okay. Is there any other time wherein you will be requested by SAPS to provide services other than the cases that were investigated by Brigadier Gininda?
Manje sikhona yini isikhathi la nicela khona ukuthi niyowenza umsebenzi nicela abase-SAPS ngaphandle kwalesikhathi ngitshela uGininda.
Only upon a request, my lord.
Athi ya masiceliwe.
Yeah.
If our supervisor hasn't received an email or is not informed about an escort, we would not conduct it, my lord.
Kama ukuthi umkhuzi wethu akazange athole isicelo sasingeke sikwazi ukuyenza lo msebenzi.
Now let's come to the time when the accused was handed to you. Was that your evidence? Accused number 2 was handed to you on the 19th of June in the early hours.
That's correct.
Ekseni ke umsolwa wesibili wanikezelwa kunina akunjalo wathi yebo.
With the permission that was granted to you to go and escort the SAPS, your main duties was to escort, am I correct?
So ke kule mvume enanikwe yona ukuthi nihambe niyophelezela umsolwa kusho ukuthi kumsebenzi wenu ngalula ngokuphelezela ngithi.
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjalo.
And the handing over of an accused person from one SAPS member to another SAPS member was not part and parcel of your duties.
Kusho kunikezela kukamsolwa esuka komunye osesiphoyiseni eya komunye osesiphoyiseni kwangewona umsebenzi wenu akunjalo.
It is part of my duties, my lord, as we are not just limited to escorting.
Ka lokho okunye komsebenzi yethu ngoba phela asivalele ukuthena umsebenzi siwenzayo nje kupheleza.
Okay, what other duties were you authorized to do other than the escort? Because I missed that one in your examination in chief.
Cha ngidingayo ukuthi ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi yini enye enene gunyezo ukuthi ningayenza ngaphandle ke nje kuphelezela.
My lord, we are required to safeguard the suspect and the investigating officers.
Manje sifanele sivikele umsolwa nomphenyi.
Me handing over the suspect was merely the fact that my assistance was required from Sergeant Muhammad.
So mina ukuthi ngiyezele ngumsolwa ukuthi usizo lami ladingeka lidinga Sergeant Muhammad.
He could have asked any other police officer, my lord.
Wayengacela nanoma iliphi iphoyisa.
I put it to you that that was not part of your duties as escort services to hand over, to receive and hand over the accused to another SAPS member.
Ngifuna ukubeka wena ukuthi akungani umsebenzi wakho ukuthi uwamukele futhi ke udlulise umsolo omdlulisa kwelinye iphoyisa.
Okay, let's continue. Let's move on. And then you said you received accused number 2. At what time was that when you received accused?
Wena ke wamukela umsolo wesibili ngasiphi isikhathi?
The exact time, my lord, I can't recall.
Can't recall.
But the confession or statement took around about approximately 3 hours, my lord.
Cha angikwazi ukubeka isikhathi esiqondile. Ukuthi ke amukele icala kubhale statement esambelana naloko kwathatha amahora amathathu.
Okay. And where were you when accused number 2 was handed to you?
Olaphi ke wena umsolo wesibili menikezelwa kwena?
Before handing him over, my lord, or after I received him?
Engakanikezelwa kumina noma engingakama sengimamukele.
When you received accused number 2.
Uma wena wamukela umsolo wesibili.
I was at the vehicles outside, my lord.
Ngangisezimotweni ngaphandle.
Okay. So, is it your evidence that when you received the accused, he was not kept in any of the police cells?
Ushoyo ukuthi wena umuzomkwamukela umsolo engagcinwanga kwamanye amasela.
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjani?
And you don't know at what stage they've arrived there at Moroka police station?
So awazi ke nokuthi bafika nini lapha eMoroka police station.
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjani?
And you have no record as to when did you receive accused number 2 at Moroka police station?
Futhi kawazi ke nokuthi ubhalwe awukho la kubhalwe khona yini ukuthi wamamukela nini umsolo eMoroka police station.
I have no record, my lord, but I did mention that our shift started 6 o'clock in the morning and I arrived around 6:30 at Moroka SAPS.
Kanjalo sengishilo ukuthi angikho la engathi ngibhale phansi khona kodwa ke bese ngisho ukuthi thina uqala wathi ungena umsebenzi singena ngo-6 ngafika ngo-6 emva.
And there is no occurrence book from which you signed for the suspect that you received from Sergeant Mohani, is that correct?
So akho occurrence book la ubhala kuyena ukuthi wamukela umsola umthatha kumsergeant Mkhala kunjani?
Not
Occurrence
from-
by OB, I mean occurrence book of a police station.
Uma ngithi OB ngikhuluma nge-occurrence book yase-police station la kubhala khona ukuthi kwenzekani.
I'm sure there was one inside the CSC, my lord.
Ngicabanga ukuthi eyikhona engaphakathi CSC.
But you as a person who received the accused from Sergeant Mohani, you never signed any occurrence book.
Wena nje umuntu owamukela umuntu uSergeant Mkhala usho akukho la wabhala khona ukuthi sengiyamamukela manje.
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjani?
There's also no entry that you signed referring to the time when you took back the suspect from Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
So manje akukho la ubhala khona ukuthi waphi namukela umsola uthatha ku-Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
My lord, I did sign for the suspect when I received him.
Yebo ngamsayindela umsola uma ngizomamukela.
Where?
I can't
Yeah.
recall was it in the occurrence book, but I did sign, my lord.
Angikhumbule ukuthi mhlambe wabhala ku-occurrence book kodwa ngasayina.
The reason you can't recall is because you never signed
Into
any
eyenza ukuthi
occurrence
ungakhum-
book.
Into enza ekhona ukuthi awukhumbuli ngoba awuzange umsayindele ku-occurrence book.
I did sign, my lord.
Ngamsayinela.
If you had signed, the state was going to refresh your memory with that occurrence book wherein we have signed. When you received the accused.
Ukuba wasayineke hayi umshushisi wayokhombisa ukuthi ayokhumbuza futhi ukuthi wasayinda lapha ekukhombisa khona kuleyo ncwadi.
As a police matter, we did indicate to the defense that we're still awaiting the occurrence books from Roka. I think it's an unfair question to the witness if we haven't received those books. We did receive something, but it's not what we wanted. So they're still trying to trace that occurrence book.
Yes.
My lord, if that is the case, then there is a problem. I find it very difficult of putting questions to this witness when the defense has not been provided with that occurrence, my lord. It was requested to the state, my lord, the occurrence book. You'll recall, my lord, on Friday I led the entries from the Pretoria North up to 450 when accused number 2 was booked out. And we were under the impression that we will receive the occurrence book for the next police station, which has transpired now that it was Moroka police station.
Yeah, but Mr. Baloyi says that the state has not been furnished with that occurrence book.
As the court basis, my lord, if that is the case, my lord, I will skip those questions and I will beg leave to recall the witness as soon as we receive the occurrence book for the Moroka
Okay, fine,
police
no
station.
problem.
Okay, let's move on. You said, do you recall when did you book accused number 2 back after receiving him from Colonel Rapadu?
Wawube ezombhalisa yini umsolwa umuso buyisa so-Colonel Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu?
After receiving the accused, my lord, we went to the vehicles outside.
Ngemva kokuthola-ke umsolwa ukwamukela umsolwa wesahamba sayizimotweni ngaphandle.
Yeah, after receiving accused number 2 from Colonel Rapadu, what did you do with accused number 2?
Manje
We went to the vehicles, my lord.
emva kokuthi uthole umsolwa umthatha ku-Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu nasenenza nokuthi saye emotweni.
So he was not booked back into any police cells?
So akazange afakwe emaseleni amaphoyisa.
No, my lord.
Cha.
At the time when Colonel Rapadu was busy with accused number 2 as per exhibit HH, where were you?
Manje umsolwa umise busy no-Colonel Rapadu njengoba kubonakala ku-exhibition HH wawulapho wena.
I was outside, my lord.
Ngangingaphandle.
And at that time when you took accused number 2 to Colonel Rapadu, he was handcuffed, am I correct?
Ngesikhathi kuyisa umsolwa ku-Colonel Rapadu wayefakwe ozankosi anginjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
So why was it necessary for you to remain at that place where the so-called statement was taken if he was handcuffed?
Manje mawuthi wayefakoza Nkosi yini ke imbangela ukuthi wena ube khona uhlale lapha ngaphandle kwaleyo ndawo sasithathelwa khona?
To conduct the escort, my lord.
Ukuze sikwazi ukumpheleza.
I waited.
What type of the escort? What type of the escort and safeguard that you were giving? If a person is handcuffed, his movement was limited. Am I correct?
Phela umuntu kumafakoza Nkosi akakwazi ukunyaza indlela athandayo kunjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
And it was at the police station.
Kwasesikhulumeni samaphoyisa kunjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
And at the police station there were other SAPS members.
Lapho ke ayakhona amanye amaphoyisa kunjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's why I'm asking, why was it necessary for you to remain there?
Mina ke ngibuza ukuthi yini ke isizathu sokuthi okuphoqelela ukuthi ube uhlale ukhona la.
My lord, we were instructed to conduct the escort. So the suspect went inside to Colonel Rapado to do a statement. I had to wait for him to complete the statement, my lord.
Ya thina sesifanele kuphela ukuthi sivikele umsolo ngaphakathi ethatha statement. Sasifanele ukuthi simlinde azaqede.
You know what, I put it to you that the reason why you remained there, you were for a specific purpose to induce fear to the accused number 2, my lord, and to make sure that he complies with the instruction of the police officers that he was told to do.
Ngizokutshela ukuthi isizathu kwakuyini. Kwawukuthi wena lapho ufanele wesabise umsolo futhi ke wenze ukuthi aphoqelele ukuthi enze lento akwakuthiwa ufanele ayenze.
My lord, after handing over the suspect, Colonel Rapado requested me to leave his office.
Emva ukuthi ke nginikezele ngomsolo uKenel Rapado wangicela ukuthi angiphume e-office la.
When I left his office, my lord, I went outside to the vehicles.
Mangiphuma e-office lakhe ngahamba ngaye ezimotweni ngaphandle.
Okay,
I'm waiting for the instruction or completion of the statement, my lord.
Ilindeleke lapho ukuthi ngizothola imiyalelo eqhubekayo noma ngilindele ukuthi baqede ukubhala ke i-confession laba beyibhala.
You said it was at what time when the statement was, who told you it was a confession? How do you know it was a confession?
Wazi kanjani ukuthi phela leyo kwakuvuma icala?
I mentioned statement or confession, my lord.
Ngithe i-statement noma i-confession.
How did you know that the accused was, the purpose of accused to go to Colonel Rapado was to make a statement?
Wazi kanjani ukuthi lapho
Because you were giving a backup.
wena phela wawuphelezela nje wawukwazi kanjani ukuthi wayefanele umsolo angene lapho ayonika i-statement?
From Sergeant Mukhane, my lord.
Ngeke uzwa kuSergeant Mkhande lo.
Then you said at what stage was the statement completed?
Come again?
You said at what time was the statement completed?
Manje utwana ukuthatha i-statement kwabaqeda ngasikhathini
At Morocco?
lapha eMorocco.
It took approximately 3 hours, my lord.
Kwathatha isikhathi esingafinyelela emahoreni amathathu.
So what time was that?
Manje kuthiwa isikhathini ke lapho.
You can't recall.
Just before 12, my lord.
Sekuthe ukuthi lishaye ihora leshumi nambili.
And then from there, you testified that you then escorted the investigating team to the Foster's Magistrate Court. Am I correct?
That's
Yona
correct.
naseniphelezela ithimba labaphenyi bayese Foster's.
On top of what we have said when we're being asked by counsel for accused number 1 and 2, did you see accused number 2 appearing in a court before the magistrate in Foster's Magistrate Court?
Manje ke Foster's Magistrate Court wambona yini umsolwa evela phambi kwemantshi lapho?
No, my lord.
Cha ngizange ngibona.
how long did it take you to travel from Morocco police station to Vosloorus court?
Kwanthatha isikhathi esingakanani-ke ukuthi nihambe nisuke eMorocco niziyofika eVosloorus?
Between an hour and 45 minutes, my lord.
Athi phakathi kwehora nemizuzu amashumi amane nanhlanu.
If that is the case, then it means you will have arrived in Vosloorus Magistrate Court at 1.
Kusho ukuthi-ke naniyofika emanshini zase-Vosloorus ngehora lika-1 emini.
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjani?
And you left at that time. How long did you stand? Did you stay? Upon arriving and handing over the accused?
We waited until 2, my lord.
Sahlala isikhathi esingakanani nathi sahlilela isikhathi salinda kwaze kwashaya ihora lesibili.
What were you waiting for?
Nanilindeni.
For our shift to end, my lord.
Sasilinde ukuthi i-shift yettu iphele.
Oh, okay. Then it ended when?
Yaphela ngasikhathini?
At 2 o'clock, my lord.
Yaphela ngo-2.
Then you left them.
We left, my lord.
Wathi hayi lapho sasiyahamba.
If you had been asked to give escort to the investigating team and the suspects, remember at Morocco police station you remained behind. Then now why did you leave the investigating team and the accused at court now?
Manje ukhumbula ukuthi eMorocco walinda. Manje-ke lana-ke yini-ke yenza ukuthi umshiye umsolwa nabaphenyi?
It was still in the time frame of my duties, my lord.
Kwakuseyisesikhathini sami sokuba semsebenzini.
Why did you leave? Why did you now not continue providing the security?
Manje yini-ke ungaqhubeki-ke ukuletha ukukhuseleka lapho? Yini indaba wakhetha ukuhamba?
My lord, on that one, it needs to be allowed or approved by our supervisor, my lord.
Kodwa hayi lokho-ke kwakufanele kuvunywe umkhuzi wethu
Yes, for us to continue, my lord.
ukuthi-ke thina siqhubeke.
It's fine, I'll take it you don't want to answer my question. Let's move on. I'll
Bona
leave it
sengathi
for
awufuni
you.
ukuphendula umbuzo wami-ke asiqhubeke.
Let's move on now to the 24th of June,
Asihambeke manje sekumhla ka-24 kuJune.
when you provided your services, escort services,
Lapho-ke wanikezela ngomsebenzi wakho wokuphelezela.
to Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Ubuya e-Magistrate Court yase-Boksburg.
Magistrate Miss
Pronje,
Thank you, Madam. Ms. Cormier testified and made marks on Exhibit JJ
Manje-ke uMagistrate Cormier waphawula ukuphawula kwakhe kukhona lapha kule exhibit JJ.
and when he testified that she saw Sergeant Mohane accompanied by heavily armed Metro police officials.
Uthi-ke lapho wabona uSergeant Mohane ephelezelwa yithimba lamaphoyisa,
Of which most members left when asked for their appointment.
manje kuma sebebuzwa-ke ukuthi-ke babekisile yini ukuthi kusho ukuthi singathi phecelezi appointment bavele bahamba.
2 remained behind.
Ababili-ke basala.
Sorry, not behind, my lord. 2 remained outside the office door.
Amanye-ke ababili ukulungisa lapho-ke basala ngaphandle kumnyango.
Do you understand that?
Yakuzwa lokho?
Understand, my lord?
That was said by the magistrate,
Iloko kwaphulwa ngumagistrate.
who were heavily armed.
Ngobani-ke laba bebehlomile?
Us, my lord.
Kwakuyithini?
Yeah, give us the names of those members who were heavily armed.
Cha, nginika amagama abo bonke laba behlome kakhulu.
We were in full uniform, my lord.
Sasigqokile i-uniform yethu yonke.
Give me the names of those who were heavily armed.
Nginika amagama
Names.
alaba ababehlome kakhulu.
1,
Constable Lisa Ring, my lord.
Oh, Karawa Constable Lissering.
He was heavily armed.
Wayehlome kakhulu.
Yes, my lord.
Okay. Second one.
Wesibili,
Constable Butalezi, my lord.
Constable Buthelezi.
Okay. 3,
Constable
Wesithathu,
Mapumulo, my lord.
wesithathu kwakunguMaphumulo.
4,
Wesine,
It was myself, my lord.
kwakuyimina.
and who else?
Omunye,
It's all I can remember, my lord.
hayi kona kodwa engikhumbulayo.
Okay, but it was more than you,
Kusho ukuthi naningaphezulu kwalowo.
members of the Metropolis who were there.
Ngisho ukuthi amalungu eMetropolis ayekhona la.
It's just that you can only recall these 4.
Okusho ukuthi okuwenake nje ukukhumbulayo wazi ukhumbula laba abane kuphela.
I can only recall the 4, my lord.
Hayi ngikhumbula laba abane kuphela.
And Mrs. Cronje further says they did not comply with the instruction of giving him the certificate, the appointment certificates. They left, only 2 remained.
Wathi ke hayi ke Mrs. Konye imantshi ke yatshena abakwazanga ukuthi basinike izertificate zokuqashwa kwabo kwanje kwasala ababili ngaphandle.
We remained, my lord, and provided our appointment certificates.
Sahlala lapho sabanika izertificate zethu zokuqashwa.
Did you understand the statement I put to you?
Wasikhuye sizwisisa yini statement
understand,
esakho
my
phambi
lord.
kwakho.
Yes. Can you answer it?
Ngeliphele ukuphendule sona leso statement.
The other members were outside, my lord.
Namanye amlungu ayengaphandle.
Outside where?
Phandle kwani?
At the vehicles, my lord.
Ezimotweni.
Oh, okay. So as soon as the magistrate requested their appointment certificates, they left into their cars.
Kusho ukuthi emva kokuthi ke imantshi
State your
icele
evidence.
certificate zokuqashwa bavele basuka baye emotweni.
My lord, I won't say that they left. They were outside and they were available to provide their appointment certificates.
Cha, angeke ngisho ukuthi bahamba. Babe ngaphandle futhi belungele ukuthi bangaziletha izertificate zabo zokuqashwa.
Tell us one thing. The magistrate won't lie. The magistrate testified in this court that he requested their certificates appointment and they did not comply. Instead, they left the area where they were when she saw them. That was the magistrate.
Manje
Only 2 officers who remained.
imantshi ayikwazi ukuqamba amanga. Wathi ithi manje yaletha ufakazi ukuthi yathi umicela izertificate zokuqashwa kwabo base beyasuka bayahamba. Kwaze kusabala ababili kuphela la ngaphandle.
Ms. Mshololo,
I know.
Sorry.
Sorry, Madam.
What should I make of that statement? A magistrate won't lie.
Sorry, my lord. Can I withdraw that part?
Yes.
Thank you, my lord.
This is the only court that can determine whether
The
a witness
magistrate.
lies or not.
As the court business. My apologies, my lord.
No, you don't have to apologize. That's the law.
Can I proceed, my lord?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, can you answer the question?
Ungakwazi ukuqhubeka uphendule lo mbuzo?
I think I've already said.
My lord, as for the reason why my fellow colleagues did
Left.
not provide their certificates,
Yes.
I don't know, my lord.
Okay.
But when
Thank you.
Angikwazi ukuletha izathu zokuthi yini ndaba laba engisenza nabo bengakwazi ukuthi bakhiphe izertificate zabo zokuqashwa.
Okay. And it was only you and who gave the certificates?
it was myself and Constable Lissering, my lord.
Well, imina no Constable Lissering kuphela abakwazi ukukhipha izertificate zethu zokuqashwa.
Okay. Were you from the same office together with others who left?
Nalivele ehhovisi elilodwa nalaba abahamba.
The same office, my lord?
Yebo,
I mean, were you from the same office?
Yes, my lord. We were all from the same office.
Yebo sasiphuma ehhovisi elilodwa.
Yes. Tell me the reason. Why were you so heavily armed?
Yini ke eyenza ukuthi nihlome ngalendlela enanihlome ngayo nanihlome kakhulu?
Maybe before going to that question, was the accused handcuffed when you were standing there, when you were going to the magistrate office?
Manje uma nime lapho nisiya ehhovisi lemantshi umsolwa wayefakiwe yini ozankosi?
The accused was handcuffed in front, my lord.
Umsolwa wayefakiwe ozankosi izandla sengaphambili.
Okay. So his movement was limited, and on top of that, he was escorted by these heavily armed members. Why were you so heavily armed?
Ngisho ukuthi kumsola kwayifakiwe sankosi engakwazi ukuthi mhlamba nganyakeza ngalendlela ayithanda ngayo kodwa ke manje ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi yini nanihlome kangaka.
My lord, I would not consider it as heavily armed, my lord.
Angeke ngisho ukuthi kusho ukuthi sasihlome kakhulu.
Okay, how were you armed? Can you
Nihlome kanjani?
describe the manner in which you were armed?
Chazi ukuthi nani hlome kanjani.
My lord, we were in full uniform,
Sasigqoke uniform yethu yonke.
bulletproof vest, my lord.
Sasikhomena naloko ukuvikela ukungena kweinhlamvu zesibhamu.
On top of the bulletproof is a battle jacket, my lord.
Emva phezulu kwaloko khona lokho abakubiza ukuthi battle jacket.
On my side, my lord, is a 9mm pistol in its
Ngapha
holster.
ngaseceleni kwakune 9mm isibhamu
It's inside its holster, my lord.
ehleli ngaphakathi kwesikhwama sayo.
Slinged over my chest, my lord,
Yebo phezulu kwesifuba sami
was a rifle, my lord.
kwakukhona ke isibhamu esikhulu.
Hanging freely, my lord.
Hayi sasizilengela nje sikhulekile.
But you were armed.
Kodwa uhlomile.
I was armed, my lord.
Yebo ngangihlomile.
That manner in which you were armed, on its own, induced force to the accused, I put it to you.
Manje ngifuna ukubeka phambi kuwena ukuthi ngendlela ohlome ngayo yayiletha indlela yokuphoqa kumsolo.
And the reason you were so armed in the magistrate court and especially into the office of the magistrate wherein the statement was made, it's because you wanted to induce fear to the accused to make sure that he complies with the police instruction.
Cha phela indlela nani
As a court, please, my lord, can we just establish from counsel what is the basis for saying so that that they were
Any basis for that assertion?
My lord, in the mind of the accused, when you saw the members of the metropolis so heavily armed, my lord, my submission is that that on its own induced fear to the accused.
Okay,
Thank you.
let me clear up this. You say we were in uniform.
That's correct, my lord.
When you do your escort duties, is that how you dress in your uniform? Or was this the first time you dressed in that manner?
We are dressed like that on a daily basis, my lord.
Okay. Yes, you can continue.
manje ngendlela nigqoke ngayo nanigqoke ngendlela ejwayelekile yini wathi yebo sigqoke ngendlela ejwayelekile.
Okay. Did you enter inside the office of the magistrate?
Nangena ine office likamanje
No, my lord.
cha asingenanga.
Okay. My lord, can I ask that you take a long adjournment? At this stage, I'll proceed at 2, my lord.
You got what?
We'll proceed at 2, my lord.
Is that so? Okay.
Long adjournment, my lord.
2 o'clock.
What made you to recall, out of all the people who were with you there, that there was a man who was wearing a suit specifically, out of the group of the people that you were with?
Kwenziwa yini ukuthi bonke labantu ababona lapha ukwazi ukukhumbula ukuthi wabona indoda egqoke isuti?
He was inside as we approached the office, my lord.
Wayengaphakathi ngesikhathi sisondela kulelo office.
He was sitting inside the office.
No, he was inside in my vision, my lord, when
No.
we approached the office.
Wona cha ukuthi nje waye phambi kwale ngikubonayo ngamehlo ngaleso sikhathi.
Okay, as you were sitting outside, you will peep through inside the office where the magistrate was sitting.
Manje ngesikhathi
No, my lord.
ngaphandle ke wawulunguza yini ngaphakathi ehhovisi lika lemantsha wathi cha.
Okay, do you recall what was the magistrate wearing on that day?
Sakhumbula ukuthi manje egqokeni ngalelo langa?
No, my lord.
Cha ngikhumbula.
In which car was the accused conveyed on the day when you took him to Boksburg Magistrate Court?
Manje mhlazamisa emantshini emahofisini ase-Boksburg. Can you please repeat the question? I lost the last part.
Yes, Boksburg Magistrate Court to and from.
What was the question?
In which car was accused number 2 conveyed?
Wayehanjiswa ngayiphi ke imoto umsolwa isikhathi bimisa emantshini yase-Boksburg?
In the fortune of investigating officer Sergeant Mohana.
Wayehamba ngefortuna ka-Sergeant Mkhana.
On the 24th of June, when did you knock on duty?
Washayisa ngasikhathi sinike ngalelo langa.
On duty.
Wawungene ngasikhathi sinike emsebenzini ngalelo langa.
On the 24th, my lord, we did extra overtime. We were working 10 to 10.
Ngalelo langa ke umhla 24 June saba nesikhathi esingaphezulu kwalesijayelo senze isiphecelezi ngesilungu overtime. So sasebenza kusuka ngo-9 kufika to 10.
10 in the morning until 10 in the evening.
Ukuthi sasenza uqala ngo-10 yasekuseni sasaya kwazoshaya ihora lika-10 wasebusuku.
Was that overtime authorized? If yes, by who?
Manje ke lokho asenza ke le overtime kwakukhona yini oyeleke leyo mvume ubani kwanika leyo mvume uma kuwukuthi ngempela yanikwa leyo mvume?
By our immediate supervisor, my lord.
Athi ke hospet.
Yeah, just mention the name because we want to verify those records.
Cha sicela ukuthi sinike igama ngoba sifuna ukuthi siyothola isiqiniseko.
Superintendent Vishan Singh.
Kuthi ko Superintendent Vishan Singh.
On the 5th of June now, when you reported at Albertine police station, when did you knock on duty?
Manje uma uyongena ngomhla 5 kuJune e-Albertine police station waqala ngasikhathi sini umsebenzi?
I can't recall, my lord.
Angikwazi ukukhumbula.
And you also don't have records,
Kuthi kakukho ke la kubhalwe khona.
correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjalo.
On the 30th of May 2020, when did you knock on duty?
Ngomhla 30 kuMeyi 2020 wangena ngasikhathi sini emsebenzini?
I was not present.
Kangingekho.
Okay. And then, I know this question has been asked, but I just want to double check if you still insist in your answer. Colonel Hadebe testified that when he arrived in Albertine police station, the Metro members were inside the CSC next to the cell in which the accused was. But your answer, you said you were outside the CSC. Do you still remain with that answer?
That's correct.
Colonel Hadebe ke wathi uthi ke umele ufakazi wathi umefika e-Albertine police station amaphoyisa asemetro ayengaphakathi kwe-CSC Wena-ke wasithi impendulo yakho ayithi cha thina sasingaphandle usaphikelela yini ngale impendulo yakho athi yebo.
Okay. You further testified that your unit, the SWAT unit, was disbanded. Is that your evidence?
Uthe wena-ke iqembu lelo senzela lona-ke sebagcina sebelichithile lingaselona iqembu.
Why? What was the reason for that unit to be disbanded?
Yini-ke isizathu sokuthi-ke balichithe lelo thimba lelo senze kulona?
My Lord, as to the reason, we still haven't been furnished with a proper reason.
Hayi kwamanje-ke isizathu-ke siqinile sizwakalayo asikakaningi.
Okay, and when was it disbanded?
Manje-ke balihlukanisa nike lelo thimba leni?
In June 2022, my Lord.
Kwakuwumhla June 2022.
When you're defining your unit, you specified the type of the offenses that you were dealing with. Am I correct?
Muchaza-ke ukuthi ithimba lakho lo senza lona wachaza ukuthi nina nanibheke ikakhulukazi inhloboni yemisebenzi. Usakhumbula?
Yes, my Lord.
Okay.
Ethi yebo.
Was accused number 2 respectively charged with offenses which fell under your unit?
Manje-ke umsolo wesibili yena wayethoswe icala eli ngaphansi lamacala lawa ekuthiwa nina nani izinze kakhulu kuwona.
My Lord, we were informed that the suspect is a high-profile suspect.
Cha satshelwa ukuthi hayi umsolo seqophelweni eliphezulu.
Okay, but do you know if he was charged with the offenses which fell within the scope of your department unit?
Ngibuza ukuthi-ke icala lela elenzile lingaphansi kwaleli lamacala kwakuthiwa iyona enani wabheke kakhulu yini?
As a please, my Lord, I don't know whether it's a fair question to the witness. Witness said they are merely deployed by the arrangements between the supervisor and Brigadier Gininda. This witness will not be in the position to know what were the charges and whether they fell within the scope of their duties.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, my Lord. The witness, my Lord, can answer if he knows. If he doesn't know, he can say so that no, he doesn't know.
I don't know, my Lord.
Angas.
My Lord, I will pause here with my cross-examination and reserve the right for further cross-examination due to the fact that I still have to peruse. I've been supplied during lunch with other copies of the OB entries in respect of these 3 statements wherein the witness was involved. My Lord, I beg leave to peruse them and then recall the witness if there is any need for further questions to be put.
Okay.
Thank you.
Re-exam. Are we waiting for the recall if necessary?
Yes, indeed, my Lord. We're just waiting for the cross-examination to be finalized first.
Okay. So what happens now?
We can, as counsel requested, we're not going to oppose the request. We can stand down until tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yes. There's another witness outside. We can continue with that witness if my colleagues are ready for that witness.
My Lord, I think for the sake of convenience, it will be better to resume with that witness after we've perused the copies that we've just been supplied with, because...
Is he going to give evidence on which aspect now? That's the witness you say is outside, is going to testify on which aspect?
In respect of the confession of the 24th of June before Ms. Cronje, or not? It's Constable Lizering.
Where does it come from?
Well, he's also at the same office as this witness from Ekurhuleni Metro Police.
Do you want to lead that witness or don't you want to lead the witness? You are the state. You must tell us.
As the court pleases, my lord, our view is that his evidence is only related to, you know, that particular event, and if my learned friends are ready, we can proceed with that witness, or at least maybe take his evidence in chief. If they want to reserve cross-examination, they can do so, but we can at least save some court time.
Mr. Mgomezulu?
My Lord, we can actually allow the state to lead evidence in chief and reserve our cross-examination for tomorrow.
Mr. Nisi? What will be in order?
The fact that the witness can come and start his examination in chief, and then we take it from there.
Okay, Mr. Mamalo?
Thank you, my Lord. I'm of the same view that he can testify in chief and then reserve cross-examination. Thank you.
Ms. Mchololo?
My Lord, I asked that I finish with a cross-examination with this witness, and also I asked that I be given the opportunity, my Lord, to peruse the documents that have been supplied to me during lunchtime before the next witness is called.
Where is the prejudice if we call this particular witness and then his cross-examination is postponed to tomorrow? All counsels can cross-examine.
My Lord, the problem with me is that I need to consult regarding the entries that have been provided to me in respect of the duties that were done by that witness, including the one who is currently in the box.
I thought Mr. Baloyi says it's a small exigence. What is he testifying on, this witness?
Well,
Booking?
just like escorting,
Yes.
escorting and to Boksburg Magistrate Court and back, and that's it.
It was one trip.
Yes, that's the only.
Okay, let's postpone to tomorrow. Where is the witness? Let's explain to him or her.
The court business.
You're available tomorrow, sir?
Yes, madam.
Thank you. You may come tomorrow then. Same time. 9:30.
I'll be here, madam.
Okay. Okay, then we postpone to tomorrow then. At 10 a.m.
Court will adjourn.